YouTube, hello, it is I, your cult leader, your cult father, your cult daddy, Keronzi, back once again. We are back for another off-day stream. It's an illegal Wednesday stream. Not only that, it's an illegal 2 p.m., well, nearly 3 p.m. Wednesday stream, because I need to get some more classes unlocked. Yeah, more jobs. One of the jobs I think they're referred to more jobs unlocked because I need to keep leveling those up. So that's what we're going to be doing. Hopefully I get a chance to actually do some of the level 60 leads from 50 to 60 for the 3 that I haven't done yet, which I think is Astromancy, Scholar, and Summoner. We'll see what happens. I should put the banhammer away. Yes, please. Hey, you're new here, returning viewer, thank you very much. Like, comment, subscribe, all of that fun stuff. It helps the channel grow, gets us noticed by the algorithm. I mean, those comments down below, so I will respond to you in kind. If you're going to talk about any of the plot points that I have not yet encountered, though, because this is a blind playthrough, and I am, in fact, not Guy Fieri, please, just mark comments with spoiler at the beginning so I can use my discretion to read through them. I will still leave you a comment all the same. There's the Lore Objects merch store. There is my throne if you want to help me out that way. There are links to the Quell and Shardful gaming system and game. You want to blend your fitness and gaming together, you can use that link down below, which will get you $40 or equivalent off of your purchase. However, they are doing a 50% sale right now for Black Friday up until the 2nd of December. Whether my code interacts with that 50% sale, I don't know. There's only one way for you to find out, and that's for you to click that link. And for full disclosure, I do get 50%. Or 50%? No, I get a small kickback. I wish I got 50% back. No. I get a small kickback if you use my link. So please do consider it. We've got the game open already, so we're just going to jump in. I've been bopping along to some music in it. You can't hear it, but it's there. So let's get started. And honestly, this music is great. There's a lot of banging music in this game. It's a shame that when I leave, it doesn't carry over. I wish you could listen to, like, custom musics and everything. Who do we start with, actually? Do we start with Rogue as we're here? I think we do. I've got Rogue, Archer, and Thaumaturge. I've got 3 that I need to do. I would like to do my other crafting ones and get those up, because I want to get those through as well if I can. But they're not as needed, but I would like to do them. So yeah, we're going to go and do the Thieves Guild, Rogues Guild. Which means I need to go to the Fisherman's Guild. And then down here, right? Yes. Oh, looking to head inside? Yes, let's go to the Rogues Guild. Time for me to be able to butcher all of this talking, because they speak in their own language. Basically speaking of thieves' cant. Jack wishes to give you a few pointers on dagger play. Managed to strap those daggers on without cutting yourself? Well, you're off to a good start, I'd say. Next, you'll want to get a feel for the weight and speed of your new weapons. I reckon those bleating cheats in the fields outside Limsa should serve you for your first lesson. Aye, test your blades on a few of the land, slice up some rats and poogills for good measure. Mind that you mill them beasties one at a time, though, lass. I know you've served far worse in the past, but you'll know dimber damber with those stabbers just yet. Now you say that. I'm just going to teleport to the Summerfield Farms because it's quicker. Oh, someone's doing DPS checks, I see. Oh, don't really want to pull that, but that's fine. Really? Really? Okay, you want to die too, that's fine by me. There's another one? You know what I really should do? I should really... Well, no, because it won't even count. But I know that I do need to... have my chocobo out at some point. My sprint literally just ran out. That is unfortunate. Yep, we're heading back inside. Thank you very much. You done with your milling, are you? You can never have enough blade practice, lass. In fact, I'll even add a list of marks to your hunting log. Hit yourself against the lot, and you'll soon learn a few new steps for your dance with your daggers. Aye, you must think of yourself as a dancer, not a bleeding butcher. You'll only need so much force to ram a short blade into the hilt. Precision and speed, that's how you get most out of your stabbers. Bulky armor will only have you plodding about like an ungainly Archons. So make sure you're wearing gear that'll make you move freely as well. Alright, get your blade work up to scratch, Ilya, and I might have a job for you. Well, it already is. Like, already go to like level 35. Oh there, Ilya, I must say, you're looking comfortable enough with those stabbers of yours. Aye, I reckon you're good and ready for your first assignment. Ordinarily, I'd stow me wilds and let you get on with your work, but seeing as you only just dragged you into the shadows, there might be a couple of things what you ain't familiar with. Let's build on what you likely do know, and that's the fact that the Admiral, God bless her soul, has outlawed piracy in Limsalonisa. So, why do you think there's still so many Sodom pirates in town? I'll tell you why. It's cause there's still one way for them to loot and pillage without incurring the wrath of the law. All you need to do is to serve the thalassocracy as a certified privateer. A captain with a privateer's license is free to terrorize the seas till the Edelgoats come home, so long as he only targets vessels what belong to the Garlean Empire. Of course, considering how bloody vast the Empire is, that's plenty of looting to go round. Crews fill their holds with Imperial plunder, then sail back here to Limsa to offload the spoils. And that's where this particular case went sour. See, this one crew got their fanballs on a Magitech device, a firing mechanism to be precise, but was rooked out of their hold by some heavy-handed coves. If you recall, that don't sit well with the code. If you're bold enough to rook a pirate out of his due, then you'd best be prepared for a visit from the rogues. Speaking of visiting rogues, underfoot, over here, lad. You're working together on this. Pass sentence on them code-defying rooks and bite back that Magitech part. What's the last need me for? You're in charge of new recruits, ain't you? It's Ilya's first assignment. You're to go along and give her the benefit of your wisdom. Since when was I in charge of the new... bugger it. So, I guess we're to be partners from the now. The name's Harumu? Most fellows call me Underfoot. It might seem a touch reluctant, but Harumu is one of our best. You just do as he says and you'll get the job done. Alright, Underfoot. Alright then, me young rogue. Seeing as this is your first official outing, I want you to be sure your dance steps are up to the task. With them short blades, you'll need in good and close in your mark eye, but we ain't bleeding swords in shining armor, and the lighter kit we wear ain't much protection from a click to the gan. So, if you don't fancy spitting blood and teeth, your best defense is simply not being where your mark winds up, is to land a nasty clout. Sliding around to the flank usually does the trick, but there's some rum fun every rogue should master. That's the shade shift. Clear your mind and trust your speed, and you can leave an axe-wielding brute or a spell-flinging mage chasing your shadow while you bury your stabbers in his gut. Right, now it's time to put your lessons into practice against some of those Aurelians in lower Los Nocia. I'm hoping you was paying attention, lass, cause those tentacles can pack a wallop. Enjoy. Okay. Oh, is it from the upper? Oh, okay, it's from upper Limsa. I get there. Screw it. Do it the quick way. Say quick, but you know. Boom, ba-dum. I'll just travel back on this side. Fine. Yeah. You know, when you practice, then the sting of the tentacle buggers will soon teach you to stay on your toes, eh? Now you've got your blood rushing, I say it's time to get to down to work. First things first, we need to track down them idle coves. Coves what rooked that Magitech gadget. Might be as one of our rogues has heard something. The guild thrives on information. You see, and we've got agents scattered far and wide with them glazes keen and their wattles to the ground. Let's pay us a visit to Towan at the Drowning Wench. Ask her for a weak ale and see what that gets you. I'm not setting ye up for a laugh, lass, trust me. Alright. Back to the After Castle, because we're going to the Drowning Wench. Is it? Order yourself a weak ale. It'll make a sense in a bit. Welcome to the Drowning Wench. What's your pleasure, miss? A weak ale. Never in all my days. We may serve some cheap grog in the wench, but not that watered down. But not that was watered down. If our usual ale is too bold for your taste, mayhaps you'd like to order something from the underground menu. Aye. There's quite a lot on offer for a customer with your roguish charms. Was there something in particular I could help you with? Ah, the trouble over the Magitech loots was not a subtle job. The gang in question is an unusual group of former pirates calling themselves the Dainty Demolishers. They seem to be enamored of court dandy mannerisms and have a preference for seizing Garlean machinery. They're also known for conspiring with goblins. Rumor says that the Demolishers visit a beastman camp in the Middle Lost Nocia to fence their goods. And these goods generally take the form of Imperial technology. I imagine goblins were rather pleased to take possession of a Mark... that... 10... No. What's L? I forget what L is in Roman numerals. L isn't 50, is it? I'm confused. Roman numerals. Oh, L is 50. Okay. So that's a Mark 43 anti-aircraft cannon firing mechanism. If you mean to steal the device back, then your trail leads to the Goblin camp in Summerford. Summerford, eh? On your way, lass, meet me across the river from the camp and we'll plan our next move. Alright. To Summerford. Get your noggin down, Ilya. I've been slinching the action across the way there. No sign of the Demolishers, but I did see one of them gambler cuffs stuffing the Guardian gadget into his backpack. I knew a Toan would steer us right. This is your chance, lass. Clout that a gambler gobby and grab the device. Grab that device. I lost track of which gob it was, but I'm thinking that it's the sod on the left. Just make sure you dance away from any bomb blasts. Twisting and dodging in the middle of a fireball might not save you from getting your eyebrows singed off. To be honest, it doesn't really matter which one it is. I'm just going to stab them all. See? Oh, I got it. Okay, that's fine. Stabbing has been successful. That's the way, lass. There was more for me to do, but to sit on me daddles and watch. So, you got the goods then? Die. This is the device. Ain't no mistaken. Let's get it back to the guild, eh? We still owe them Demolisher bastards $1 million, but they'll keep for the now. Here, you should be the one to deliver the prize to Jack. It was your hand what snatched it out of the goblin's paws, after all. Dainty Demolisher deckhand. Captain, I say, some fiend has perpetrated violence upon our goblin colleagues whilst we sought but to wet our throats with fine liberations. This will not stand, Captain. Our finely filched loot has been pilfered from under our noses. Blast and bother! My blood boils and bubbles at the temerity of this affront. I know not the identity of these audacious buffoons, but they shall be made to pay, and pay dearly, with me, my fine fellows. Huzzah! Oh, they were watching. Alright, well, let us head back. I'll go back this way. Be slightly quicker, I think. Nope. This one. How did you actually click the right place to go? Yes, I'm looking to go inside. Thank you very much. Yeah, managed to grapple that firing mechanism yet, Ilya? Ah, still in one piece too. You've done well for your first assignment, lass. It don't look like much, but that crew put their lives on the line to coy this here bauble. They'll be pleased to see you snatch it back from the ruffians. Or rough muffins. Rough muffs? We've yet to do for the dainty demolishers, Jack. The job ain't over. You're right, Underfoot. It ain't. You break the code, you face the consequences. Oh, this is not what I expected from the inside of a convent. And who might you be, sirs? Your ignorance is understandable. After all, our schemes are always perfect, our heists impeccable. Shall I reveal our infamous name and drink in your delicious terror? We are the deadly, dastardly, and dictionarily devilish quail before the dainty demolishers. They just walked right to us. Captain, I say there's the louse who misappropriated our merchandise. I concur. She is the self-same simpleton who we tailed unnoticed to this very establishment. Surprise, surprise! Now, my dear dandies, let's not be unpleasant. We should endeavour to resolve this distastefulness without resorting to insults or less diplomatic methods. At least not yet. You there, yes. The clean-cheeked errand boy. Be a good fellow and fetch me your superior. One of your colleagues has committed a terrible crime against us, and we shall not be leaving until proper restitution has been paid. Oh-ho. An errand boy, am I? An errand boy now, am I? Nope. Uh-oh. Careful, Underfoot. Tell me, Captain, just what kind of place do you think this is, then? This place? Well, I suppose this is some manner of convent. The one-eyed doorman named it the Dutiful Sisters of the Eldweiss, or some such. And you've yet to realise your mistake? Your fate was sealed the moment you dragged your sorry quarren across the threshold. Are you threatening me, boy? I'll have me fellows cut out that impudent tongue. We've exhausted our reserves of dainty today, lads. Show these fraudulent sisters how the demolishers deal with upstarts. You still don't understand, do ye? There are but three sorts of culls what the doorman will let pass. Clients, recruits. God, spit! I'll kill you all! Didn't your mum teach you not to interrupt the lady when she's talking? You'd have learned that the third sort of cull is a bollocks for brains mark what marches himself right into the rogue's den. Rogues? But we were so careful. I'd heard tales in my pirate days, stories about merciless wraiths who uphold the code. They weren't called rogues back then, though. The upright thieves, they were. The knives in the shadows. Geez, you can't be them. You're just trying to scare me. Well, the captain of the Dainty Demolishers ain't so easily cowed. To the hells with your deception, with your deceptions. Huzzah! Huzzah for my fallen comrades. Deceptions? Aye. Anyone you meet could be a rogue, Captain. Even a clean-cheeked errand boy. He's still breathing. Find some rope and string him up someplace in town. And now, the job's done. Quite an introduction you had there, eh? I mean, that's impressive. Just, like, very wide-eye. Welcome to Limsa Lomisa's ever-churning underbelly, where the thieves shed their skins and become rogues. Hell yeah. I'm not much for discussing the old days, but since it came up, I might as well clear up the confusion. It was back when piracy was at its peak. The coves, what protected the code, were dimber dambers, the best lads and lasses to be had from among the pirates' crews. They bit back the goods that were wrongly bitten, and came for the guilty under cover of Darkman's. Upright Thief became the title of those coves, what dealt in sanctioned stealings and milling. But it was only those as had cut all ties with the buccaneer life what was accepted into their ranks. Conflicting loyalties and all that. They formed their own guild and even their own way of speaking, and what was once pirates was pirates no more. Later on, when Marlweb took the Admiral's chair, the Upright Thieves agreed to abide by her laws. We became the Rogues Guild to mark the change and altered our recruitment policy to accept venturers like yourself. But although the title is different, the job remains the same. Uphold the code and preserve the underground society what spawned us. Just as you're done with this assignment, keep up the good work, Ilya, and you'll go far in the shadows. A fine day to you, Ilya. And a fine day it is for a spot of work, wouldn't you agree? This time round, it seems some eager buccaneers scampered aboard a local merchantman and made off with a shipment of muskets. Now, seeing as it ain't lawful to cloy from a Lomisian vessel to begin with, the Yellow Jackets fell upon them daft coves afore their boots were even dry. Aye, they caught the pirates right there on the docks, but the stolen boomsticks were nowhere to be found. Fenced in a longboat deal, I'm thinking. That's when our guild was officially contracted to retrieve the goods. Which weren't really needful since the code would have had us on the job anyway. You don't bite the purses of your fellow Lomisians and all that. So, this is your assignment, me natty lass. Find out where them weapons went, and bite that shipment back. Seeing as the cutters as hits that merchantman are already rotting in irons, you needn't rush with your stabbers a stabbing. I want this job handled quick and quiet, and I've a perfect partner to show you how it's done. Oh, it's the lass that done the stabbing. This here is Vakebi, the Stray. Ain't no rogue what can match her in the arts of skulking. A pleasure. There's some problems for Vakebi. You seem out of sorts. I'm bloody starving. I had one of them finger sandwiches set aside. You know, those egg-filled tasties. They make at the Bismarck. But when I got back from me work, it was bloody gone. Uh-oh. That was Vakebi's? I thought it was Underfoot's. Well, you just head out on the job, and I'll see if I can turn up that missing sandwich by the time you return. All right, Jackie. One more little detail you should know. Them muskets was meant for the Yellow Jackets armory, so once it's all bob, you can hand the goods over to one of them culls directly. We can start whenever you're ready, Ilya. I've had a colleague keeping a wattle out for aught that might help us. So I suggest you have a few words with her first. You'll find her at Hazelin, posing as a fishmonger. Alright. It was still in the town. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting the dainty dandies to just come waltzing right in. Morpheus Morningstar. Interesting name. Hello there, miss. We've carp and trout, lobster and shrimp, but I hear tell you've been looking for a special breed of fish. The long, shiny kind, what's bark will put your bloke would put a bloke in his ass. We don't sell those kind here, but you might try them foreign merchants. What was they called again? The Traders of Edge. They hail from the South Seas Isles and are known for dealing in all types of nasty splitters and cutters. I should warn ye, these folks ain't one for questioning the source of their merchandise. In fact, they seem more than happy to pay for goods what come from below decks, so to speak. But if you're keen to get your hands on those rare fish, then you'll best hurry. The Edge merchants, whilst visiting Limsa, is looking to load up and leave the city afore long. Just how he means to transport his goods remains a mystery, though. What with all the iron blades he's got nursing in his operation, it makes it hard for a girl to get close enough to eyeball the competition, it does. I'll be sure to keep my eyes peeled on your behalf, but it might be as you can learn a little more from the folks around town. Traders of Edge, eh? Well, if it's one of the merchants they've been staying in the city, then there's someone who knows something to point us in the right direction. The trick is to listen without being seen. You'd be surprised at how culls will crackle when they think that no one else is about. We'll focus on places with see plenty of traffic. You can have the Bismarck and the ferry docks and East Hawker's Alley. I'll try me luck in a few other spots, then meet you at front of the guild when I'm done. Remember, keep hidden and quiet, and keep your wattles open. Use hide to gather information at the Bismarck. Now to the culinarians. Think round the back here. No. Up the top here, maybe? I'm not sure where I need to be. Oh. Diving Dove appears distressed over a matter. Approach her while cloaked by your hide ability and attempt to eavesdrop on her grumblings. Okay. Diving Dove is grumbling in discontent. Ah, the sneer on that customer's face. Does he think I can command the skillet to cook more swiftly just to meet his pressing departure schedule? I don't know how things are done in the South Seas, but here in Lim Solomisa, folks appreciate the fine cuisine cannot be rushed. Come now, Dove. You must not speak ill of patrons. Now, what was the next on my list? Another finger sandwich for the dutiful sisters. Someone there must be rather fond of eggs. Alright. Oh, we can sprint while in here. Interesting. Hawker's Dairy and the Ferry Docks. Oh, I went the wrong way. Gerolf is speaking a low but very lively tone with a nearby customer. Approach him while cloaked. Oh, your hide ability is yours. Okay. Gerolf is hawking his wares to a customer. You have quite an eye for quality, sir. We've a splendid range of products from every corner of Eorzea, but one simply cannot visit Limsa without sampling some of the local specialities. Would you care for some freshly squeezed Los Nossian orange juice, or perhaps our famed salt cod is more to your taste? Rock continues to espouse on the virtues of his merchandise, but his impassioned urgings appear to have little relevance to your assignment. Okay, well that's that. And the next one is by the Fisherman's Guild. We'll head over there. Woo, that's another skin done. Hey, let's go! So we're probably listening to Arenesu here. Arenesu seems distraught. Approach him while cloaked. Yep, that's fine. Anxiously to himself. That's my sense of duty. What that I had stayed at the wench for an extra pint instead of returning early. I didn't ask to see anyone being bribed, and certainly not my relief pilot. I wonder what that merchant was about. Smuggling, most likely. Should I report it to the Yellow Jackets? What if I'm being watched? I could end up face down in the harbour. Don't worry, my friend. We've got you covered. Welcome back, Ilya. I hope your skulking went well. You might be an angel of death with the daggers, a dove, but any rogue what shuns the shadows is headed for an early grave. A sneaky Mort can nose about without risking a scrape, or slip herself into the best position to ambush a mark. Once they've seen ye, though, your rum fun is done. Hiding is part concealment and part distraction, and you won't be disappearing on a cove that's already knows you're there. Alright, I'm done prattling. What you managed to learn about our musket mine merchant friend? Slipping coin to a ferry pilot, was he? And by what you heard from the chef at the Bismarck, this trader means to hop the twig and soon. That matches with my own findings. He's vacated his rooms at the inn and paid his dues in full. Being a merchant, we can be sure that he won't be leaving without his merchandise. So here's the plan. We wait for him to stack his goods on the pier, and then you ghost in and grabble them firearms. I'm hoping we can get the job done quieter and undercover at Darkman's, but it never hurts to be prepared for the worst. Sounds like he's got a small army of sellswords on the payroll. Alright. Very quickly, I'm going to step away and get a bio break, so I will be back in a moment, YouTube. Alright, YouTube, we are back. I'll send words to Yellow Jacket and have them post a cull near Hawker's Alley. That way, you won't have far to bolt once you've bitten the goods. The mark should be along any moment, Ilya. Have your skulking boots on? Have you got your skulking boots on? Yes. Use the hide ability to retrieve the goods. Blood mark at the end of the pier, sneak over there and grab them. Alright, so I'm gonna have to wait. Because I'm fairly certain he will... Yeah, so like, there's people moving there, so yeah, he's moving. Oh. Should probably not walk in front of him because he will see, so I need to wait for them to turn around. Or they just don't care. Alright, they just don't care. I was overthinking this. Oh, we got the goods. You are not supposed to be here. I thought I ordered my hirelings to keep the jetty clear. Keep the jetty clear. 1, 2, 3. There's one missing. My crate of muskets. It's gone. Just my smirk. The thief! Stop her, you useless sluggards. What am I paying you for? Hey, scoundrels, abundant. Okay. Well, you're not going to get us, but you know. Well, I mean, hey, we can just, like, skip most of these fights. Why not? I mean, I could fight them. Hey, why fight when you can sneak? There's the handoff. Alright, these are our stolen muskets. The quartermaster will be pleased. Hey, alright, no worries, Tatsy. I'll try and keep it clean. Well, thank you very much for the luck. I do appreciate it greatly. That turned hairy, didn't it, Dove? Once you reach the Yellow Jackets, though, the merchant called off his blades. Wise enough to cut his losses, I'll give him that. I'd say we're all done here. Let's head inside and tell Jackie the banning news. I heard the sounds of fighting coming from outside, and now I whittle the cause of it. I thought we were aiming for subtle on this job. We were subtle as we could be. That many swads was there? But you got the Yellow Jackets what they wanted, so all's well that ends well, eh? You're on your way to becoming a first-class rogue, Ilya. Aye, the job didn't unfold exactly as planned, but you do see the value of keeping it out of sight. Skulking might seem slow, but it can save you time and a fair amount of bleeding in the long run. Aye, speaking of unexpected developments, I have a bit of bad news for you, Vakeb. I searched Iron Low, but it seems some unprincipled cove has yalfed your sandwich, and there was naught but crumbs to be found. No, my sandwich. It was a Bismarck special. Do you know how much I was looking forward to that meal? The belly's about ready to cave in on itself. It is a tragedy of the highest order, love. And, you know, I can't bear to see me rogues in such distress. So, I gave Underfoot a special assignment. He should be back any moment now. With a freshly made Bismarck special finger sandwich. You did that for me? You're not japing with me, are you, Jackie? This ain't no japing matter. 'Tis a guildmaster's responsibility to see that all his coves and morts are at their best for the job. Ah, Jackie, there you are. I got that sandwich you ordered. And didn't the chef give me a wattlefull when I said it was in a hurry? Maybe next time you could think twice before you waffle a feral rogue sup. Oh, bollocks. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Jackie? Did you eat me supper? Now, lass, let's not be hasty. There's a fresh new sandwich right here for you. No harm done, eh? You've cloyed something what belonged to me, Jackie, and I can't ignore the code. Aye, the code. We mustn't ignore the code. You're having a laugh, aren't you, lass? Lass? Ah! You're getting what you deserve. That might be the swiftest string-up I've ever seen. A punishment to fit the crime. Take a good look, Ilya. A long look, Ilya. The code exists to preserve the peace in Limsa, to keep the alley from running red with blood. This city's me home, and I'll draw daggers on any cove fool enough to threaten that peace. A pointed lesson. Let's head inside, eh? Your sandwich will get cold. Hey! Do you mean to leave me here all night? At least you gave me a grand view of the harbour. God's piss, these ropes are tight. You brought this on yourself. Now we find ourselves indebted to the Rogues Guild. The Rogues Guild. The impropriety of it all. Would that I could see them occupying a cell next to those thieving pirates. Uh-oh. Someone's got it in for us. Oh, speak with Jackie. He's been let down from his punishment, I see. Yes, I'm looking to go inside, thank you. Ow, them robes will leave chafe marks on me for a bleeding week. I may have wriggled myself free, but that's the last time I let me belly do the thinking. And just think, Vakebe strung me up over an egg sandwich. Those coves, what well and untruly stomp on the cove get it far worse. Keep up your training, lass, and soon you'll be handing out rogues justice yourself. Get my dagger thrown. Okay. Ilya, just the mort I was hoping to see. We've some nasty trouble brewing. The client's on his way, so sit tight and pay attention. I'm calling Underfoot and the Strayin on this one as well. It'll be a right little rogues family reunion. Jackie, the client's arrived. Our guest has come here from Maelstrom Command with confidential orders direct from the Admiral herself. So you know it won't be a simple job. I'm afraid your guildmaster speaks truly. It was several days ago when we emasculated a man stumbled into one of our camps seeking aid. Upon questioning the poor fellow, we discovered that he had narrowly escaped a life of slavery. He claims the pirates had raided his village, abducting him and many others to sell on the black market auction block. We dispatched a patrol to confirm the tale and found the village almost completely destroyed. It was a meager settlement without much as a guardhouse. Thus did its unkind fate escape unnoticed until now. You'd think these pirates never heard of the code. Pillaging honest culls and dripping their wicks into slave trade? They're heading the right way for a good stabbing. Aye, though it ain't set down in so many words, the code's notoriously unforgiving for those who raise weapons against the weak. After all, the first pirates in these parts were culls who were fleeing oppressors in the northern seas. Ignore your history and you risk becoming what you hated the most. So, you have a mark for us then? That we do. From the descriptions given to us by the escaped villager, we've determined that these lawbreakers are members of the Jolly Merchants, a pirate crew in possession of official privateering license. It would appear, however, that privateering has been naught but a screen behind which to hide their illicit activities. One can only imagine how many other Lomesian citizens have fallen prey to these wicked slavers. We've let it happen right under our very noses. Naturally, the Admiral desires a swift resolution to this ignominy, but merely tracking down these poor souls who have already been sold is proving heavily taxing to our allocated resources. We could throw more soldiers at the problem, but that runs risk of drawing the small folks' attentions and inciting undue panic. Thus do we come to the Rogues Guild for help. We ask that you eliminate the Jolly Merchants and liberate the villagers presently in their custody, and that you do so with the utmost discretion. Consider it done. When those nasty coves will feel our short blades pricking into their backs, they'll enjoy a brief moment of regret before the code is rightly enforced. Alright, let's get to work. I'll be going after the Jolly Merchant myself. Underfoot, Vakeb, you two lend your skills to the Maelstrom's investigation and see what you can whittle about to the culls that we've already been sold. Ilya, you're coming with me. I think you're ready for the next step of your education. Let's go! Your aid and confidentiality in this matter is greatly appreciated. We can now focus on coordinating with the Yellow Jackets to free those unfortunate folks sold into slavery. There's a very good chance that they might already be in on it. Those Jolly Merchant bastards won't be so jolly once we catch up to them. I've no doubt you and Jack can handle a few ale-sodden pirates, but if you need an extra set of fumbles, just say the word and we'll be there. Shall we get after those slaving cutthroats then? Our client tells me that the Jolly Merchantmen set sail from Aleport a few bells ago. Oh, aye. They might even board an Imperial ship or two, but that's just some mummery they're putting on to amuse the Admiral's swads. I reckon the rest of the crew be back on land, looking to snap the shackles on a fresh herd of chattel. And just to prove me theory right, one of them jolly bastards got himself spotted creeping about the Roughmans in Lower Los Nocia. There's a Bene Cove over at the Morbay Dry Docks with a name of Swarant, what'll likely know the full story. He's more of a shipwright than a rogue these days, but he keeps his gazes keen for the guild. Head over and have yourself a prattle and I'll join you soon, like. Alright, so. Plans are food within an hour-ish, maybe. We'll likely go and raid Monsieur Mox as well. So we'll at least be ready for some payday once he is good and ready. Hi! I know what you are. What can old Swarant do for you? Hunting down jolly merchant slavers? Ah, well that explains a few things. I was keeping an eye on the bustle about the dry dock, you see, and I spied an odd trio off in the distance. It's a rough-looking sod. One of your pirates, I'd wager, was prodding along another bloke, this poor skinny lass. I've seen whipped curs less miserable than those two being herded. Last I saw, they were headed south. If what you're saying about this slavery business is true, then the Jolly Merchant's not gonna walk his charges all the way to market. No, he'll likely has a boat waiting for him. And if I were a slave headed south, my vessel would be hidden somewhere along the Salt Strand. That don't leave much. That doesn't leave you much time. You said Jackie was on his way, yes? You'd best go on ahead. I'll point him in the right direction when he gets here. Well, I mean... You think I'm running it? Hell no. I'm a fly. I bet Jackie is probably here before me anyway. Hey, Shin. Swan came through for us, eh? Now what do we got here? This one looks a charmer. It's not him move. I told you. A peg-leg grandma obbles quicker than you, miserable sacks of shite. Or maybe you need another thrashing. Is that it? You already forgot what happens when you try me generous patience. I am sorry. Please, no more beatings. We walked as fast as we could, but we need food, water. Hey, get in the boat and shut your traps. You'll get fed when we reach the other side. The other side? Where are you taking us? Are you challenging me, or are you just plain daft? I told you to keep your blathering mouth shut. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Leviathan's scaly ass, she's weeping again. Listen, we're headed to Aleport, alright? That's where me and my shipmates will take stock of the merchandise and decide what gets sold where. You see, some buyers want only lads, while others are looking for lasses. And as long as we keep these rich bastards happy, we'll make more coin than we ever did scraping with the Empire's war galleys. Now that you care, not that you care about that, I suppose. What matters to you is that you'll be loaded onto the Jolly Merchantman, sailed off to God knows where, and Limps will be a distant memory. So if I were you, I'd fill that empty belly of yours one last big gobful of sweet Los Nossian sea breeze. I'm so tempted to put a blade twixt his eyes here and now, but that won't get the job done. No, we'll let him guide us to his mates in Aleport, and then we mill the whole blooding lot of them. The Jolly Merchant will rue the day. Oh, we'll get their due. Don't you worry about that. They've gone. We best hurry to Aleport, unless you have a quicker way. That ferry or what leaves from Candlekeep Quarry. I'll meet you across the water, lass. Oh yeah, I can just teleport there. Wakey. Oh. Thanks, Shin. How you doing? Just finished work for the next 6 days? Oh, that's fair. Yeah. That Jolly Merchant Cove still with his captives. Seems they've taken a room under an alias. Hiding their operation in plain sight. Bold as brass, aye, but it's an old slaver's trick. See, even if some cull recognizes the merchandise, only a single handler gets boned. The rest of the queue just whistles, all innocent-like, while their mates is marched off to cry cockles. And you can bet they've threatened the bloody murder for any prisoners, what raises a hue and cry. Patience now, Ilya. We just wait until they're sure that all these black guards arrived. Meanwhile, you better sharpen your stabbers. We have a busy night ahead of us. Ready for the job? Once the jolly merchants all here, we'll ambush the sods and set their captives free. Yes, let's get to it. That ought to be enough. We'll just have to hope there ain't any stragglers. Listen closely now, lass. The merchants, disguised as plain old adventurers, and have settled themselves in 3 separate rooms here in Aleport. How do we whittle which coves are the merchants? Easy. Take a look at the daddles on that bingo swilling cull over yonder. He's wearing lavender gloves, the exact same type as that nasty sod at the Salt Strand had on. That'll be how we find each other. That'll be how they find each other in a crowd. Of course. It's also how I whittled where each of the bastards was staying. Just silch the hopeless gazes over the company they keep, and you can be sure you've found your mark. So here's the job all laid out for you. We hit all 3 common rooms, mill the merchants quick and dirty like. You get those captives and their bleeding lives back. Alright? Oi! The storeroom's door's been forced open. Some thieving sod's been at the ale. No, that's not good. Well, they can't have gotten far. Better get the lads to do a sweep of the port. What are the yellow jackets doing? Ugh. That was the Merchant Cove's gulping pilfered. Was that Merchant Cove's gulping pilfered ale? You'd think they'd be doing their best not to draw attention to themselves, all things considered. Bloody oafs. Now we've got a swarm of yellow jackets buzzing them out looking for blood. If they spot us wandering around in the Darkmans, I have a feeling they'll axe first, ask questions later. It'd be best then if the patrols never knew we was here. We'll slip as sneaky as we can into each of the common rooms and use them telltale lavender gloves to identify our marks. There's innocent culls in there as well, mind, so let's not try to stab as many as don't deserve it, eh? I'm thinking we should head out one at a time to better avoid them yellow jackets. So I'll let ye take the lead. After you, Ilya. Alright. Do I need to go? Alright, none of this lot. Oh, Jesus Christ, you frickin' people. I'm gonna check in here, actually, because I didn't check in here. This might be the room as well. Yes. Okay. Alright, he's one. And none of them. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Nope. No one here. I guess we try and find another room. Probably up here, right? Or not. Do they only spawn once you've done one at a time? That's real annoying. They do only spawn one at a time. God damn it. Pray take your disagreement outside? No. I'm free? Yes. Alright, well, I mean, fair. Kind of annoying that they don't just all spawn at once. But, you know, it is what it is. So, theory, I have... I'm gonna go 1 in here. That's interesting. No, I've got 2. Okay. You. Oh, well, don't have that, then it's fine. Take a little longer, but that's fine. That looks to be the last of them. And you didn't even need my help. Back to the shadows, lass. Oh. Be careful who I'm targeting here. I think Jackie's got that one. Yeah. Oh. Hey there. I just finished reading the report. In addition to liberating those unfortunate Lomesian citizens, you've done much to cripple the Jolly Merchant's slaving operations. Thank you. The Admiral should be most pleased. Yeah, but what about the Yellow Jacket? Oh, bad night's work, Ilya. The Maelstrom will be taking care of the poor culls we freed, and I've made sure none of the merchants we downed are like to get up again. As for the Jolly Merchantman, well, her crew can expect a visit from the Admiral's finest galleys, and it won't be for tea and crumpets on the poop deck. Right, me natty lass. Our part in this is done. Time to head back to the sisters. Excuse me, are you the ones who freed us? Aye. Was there something else we could do for you, miss? The Maelstrom swords will take you home, if that's what you're worried about. Oh, no, I know. I just wanted to thank you. if I may, there was one thing I wish to tell you. Moments before you rescued me, the dreadful pirate was muttering into his cups. It was something about another raiding party that hadn't yet made it back. I beg your pardon? It seems they've been hunting for slaves in western Los Nocia, and, being so close to Aleport, our captor assumed they were out rounding up chattel until the last bell. I just couldn't bear the thought of anyone else suffering as I have. Please, is there naught you can do? There certainly is, miss. You just get yourself home safely and leave this stray pack of jackals to us. I will pray for your success, and thank you again. But I like crumpets on the poop deck. I mean, true. So much for savouring a victory pint. I'll tell word of this development to the underfoot and the stray. We've some well-earned trade for the last of these jolly jolly merchants. By the by, how's your throwing arm, Amelia? I think it's time you learned how to fling a proper blade. When you're out in the wide open roughlands, you often find a need to sting a cove from a distance. And I'm sure a canny lass like yourself will figure out a few uses for a well-thrown dagger. Just keep it in mind for when you hunt down the rest of them slavers. There we go, I can now throw a dagger. Let's go. Oh, the next one starts here. Interesting. Mug. Deliver an attack with a potency of 150. Additional effect. Increase the target damage. Effect. Addition. Increase the chance of additional items being dropped by a target if mugged is dealt before or after, or as the finishing blow. Interesting. I cast knives. Those last few jolly merchant bastards must have camped out somewhere in western Los Nocia. Now, if I was a black-blooded, gill-grabbing slaver, where would I be hiding? There's naught to the west but the Sahagin pools. Even those bollocks for brains pirates know better than to trespass on fishback territory. And they won't want for chance running into patrols in Aleport. So that just leaves east. The flock? Aye, they'll likely be nestled down in the ruins out there amongst the dodods. But that's where we'll try and pick up the trail. You head over and silch the place while I send words to the sisters in the Maelstrom. On it, boss. Thank you for freeing us. We've been tied up here since those awful pirates snatched us from our beds. Those are some interesting looking dodos you've got there, Ilya. No sign of the merchants though, eh? The leader mentioned heading over to Aleport. He said something about there being no signal, and that was a signal of something was wrong. They just left us hobbled here like lambs for a market. One of them japed about keeping the meat unsullied in case there was trouble. Pray let us flee this place before they return. And who are you to just saddle in and set loose our hard-won prizes? Hmm? It was the damnedest thing. We'd half a crew lodged in Aleport, and not one of them survived the night. Done in by a couple of sneaky curs what favoured short blades, they say. I'm supposing that was you two. Seems you have a bone to pick with our choice of trade. No, I can't say I've much use for slavers, except for a place to bury me knives. Oh, and I wouldn't bother yourself with waiting on your ship to come back neither. The jolly merchants are done for. You might have the right of it, lad. But then you wouldn't know the kind of coin elfy slavers like them ones bring us. The slaves that them one bring us. I'll have a new ship and a new crew afore the moon's past. Yeah, that chattel? You're worth a shiny bloody fortune, and you've me to thank for helping you earn your true worth. Ignore this bleating sod. In fact, why don't you step back a ways? These coves are about to learn the consequences of breaking the code, and the discussion is likely to get messy. Did you not think we'd come for you? You can try stifling your victim's screams in the darkness, but the shadows are always listening. You know, I'm going to take out these people first. What the? Why are you bringing birds to a blade fight? That makes no sense. Why would you bring birds to a blade fight? More birds. Okay. You know, you got. Underfoot is here to get underfoot. Or at least if there were any bugger left standing. Oh yeah, no, that's a fine pile of quarrons. There's naught for us to do. No scraps for the latecomers, the last. Yeah, you gotta be here on time. Of course, the head of the pirate's obsessed with money's a potato. True. God damn, I got nothing to drink. Thank you. I shudder to think what horrid fate awaited us had you not helped us escape. I knew someone would come. You're just like those heroes in the stories. They always arrive at the perfect time and triumph over the villains. Do you think I could be a hero like you? I know I could be brave and strong too. I just know it. You don't want to be like me, lad. Listen now. Me and these coves here, we're the ones what the scary folk are afraid of. And that's because we keep the rules for the world they live in. We don't much care if you shirk your chores or get into fights. But if you ever break the code and betray your mates, then that's when we'll come for you. No matter how far you run or how well you hide. Live your life like a hero you want to be, though. And you'll never need to worry about that. You two can stubble it. And all. Uh-oh. I assume you are the citizens who were abducted by the Jolly Merchants. I am Captain Milela of the Yellow Jackets. Maelstrom Command has entrusted me with conducting you to safety. It's alright, lad. These folks will take care of you. Go on, your best not get left behind. Was there aught else, Captain? Word on a new job? A job? From me? For you? How patently absurd. Why, I'd rather hire a sewer rat than to mind my larder. Was it during one of your jobs that you turned Aleport into a slaughterhouse? What dark age is this that we must employ assassins to enforce the law? If this continued dalliance with the underworld miscreants such as you that can prevent Lim Solomisa from ever fully expunging the stain of piratical infection. Look at those weapons you bear. A civilized person uses such implements to carve meat or peel fruit, and leaves them at the table where they belong. Do you perhaps clench them twixt your teeth as you swing over rails like the pirates you hunt? Our fair city is no place for those who refuse to abandon the brutish ways of the past. The only champion of justice this nation requires are the valiant and forthright soldiers of the Yellow Jackets. You're going to get in trouble, and you're going to need us to bail you out. And Jackie, what the bloody hell does this cull want with us? I've not the foggiest idea, love. Just smile and nod. I've not come here to be patronised. I've come to put a divisive end to piracy in all its forms. Consider this visit a gauntlet thrown at the collective feet of the Rogues Guild. Heed my words. Just before dawn this very morn, a Maelstrom's vessel stocked with provisions was boarded and looted by pirates. Much of the cargo was stolen, and that is vexing indeed. But it is the theft of 3 items in particular. 3 unique treasures of nigh incalculable worth that most distresses my martial colleagues. As for the brigands, they made well their escape, disappearing into the dawn's mist along with the precious plunder. A rum tale. What's it to do with us? I challenge you, a contest to reclaim these stolen treasures. Should my Yellow Jackets and I succeed in retrieving the greater share, I shall formally propose the abolishment of the Rogues Guild. Upon review of our achievements, the Admiral will surely concede that your unscrupulous institution has outlived its usefulness. Blow it out your wattle. I've better ways to spend me time. Oh, do you now? This incident constitutes a theft against the nation of Lim Solomisa. Does that not violate your beloved code? If I'm not mistaken, you've no choice but to rise to the occasion. Unless, of course, you mean to slink back into your hole and abandon the fundamental precepts of your duty. All right, you screeching shrew. You've made your bloody point. And you'll be sorry that you did, I promise you that. Your paltry promises amount to naught in the face of my conviction. I shall not rest until Lim Salomisa is free of every last buccaneer, scoundrel, and shadow-dwelling nerd-dweller. You are crazy. What now, Jackie? For right now, we head back to the sisters. Potatoes on a power trip. The Fisherman's Guild. Excuse me. For a wee lass, that Milala's got some bollocks, and it seems she's done. She's well done with aught what whiffs a pirate stock. I don't take kindly to Cole's pulling me strings, but the shrew is right. The code's been broken. We've a job to do. From the sounds of it, though, them coves knew what they were about when they cloyed them treasures. I'll need you at your best. It's time that you learn the art of mugging. Rough up a cull in just the right way and he'll give more than what you'd get if you just plain knocked him on his arse. Me and the lads will be busy whittling the story out of them biting baubles, so you're free to head out and sharpen your skills. Might even be you'll pocket some extra blunt while you're at it, eh? We have learned mug. Alright. I know I literally just went for a bar break, but I'm going to go again. So we'll be back in a moment, YouTube. I also need to grab a drink. So we'll return in but a moment. Welcome back there, YouTube. Well, for you, it was in about a second. Everyone else, I was going a little longer than I anticipated. It's fine. Alright, actually, let me just double check some things. Oh, hello. Alright. Excuse me. So, let us continue on. Level 20. Okay, so we've got 2 more to do. 2 more, 3 more. Been practicing your dance steps, Ilya? Because we're about ready to run rings round Captain Melania and her swords. The Yellow Jackets been pressing their investigations into the treasures what coyed from the Maelstrom's tub, but, as you know, we've got our own network of coves what don't miss naught of the goings-on about town. As for the sharp end of the job, it'll be you, me, Underfoot, and the Stray. Let's get down to business, eh? The cab's late to the feast, so I'll just make sure we're all on the same page for the now. When you get down to it, we've got 2 goals for the job. Buy back them 3 treasures and mill the coves what coyed them in the first place. You can be sure that Yellow Jacket's shrew be doing her darndest to beat us to the marks. And seeing as the fate of the guild's at stake, we'd best not drag our Jew beaters on this one. I say we grabble them baubles before she even lifted anchor, and give her a proper reason to rage against us rogues. You seem awfully keen on this contest all of a sudden, Jackie. Aye, well, here's the thing. I sent me grievances to the Thalassacracy regarding the Shrew's challenge, but them paper shufflers didn't care a whit as long as one of us gets the job done. So I figured I'd sail with the wind rather than against it. Besides, we wouldn't want to shirk our duties and force poor Captain Miliana to blunder about in the scary Darkmans now, would we? How very gentlemanly of ye. Well, them cards what we've been dealt, but them's the cards what we've been dealt, ain't they? Now stow your quips and let's hear what you learned about them bloody treasures already. Aye, the treasures. According to the manifests of the Maelstrom's vessel, we're looking to bite back the Cerulean Star, the Silver Sorrows, and something called the Black Sarcophagus. Those sound ominous. Aside from the fancy names, I was able to whittle a few more details. The Cerulean Star, for starters, is a big blue diamond which shines like a star, I suppose. Then we got the Silver Sorrows, a pair of earrings what once graced the wattles of a Sultana of Uldar. There's a tale there, but one what don't concern us at present. Lastly, the Black Sarcophagus thing. I'm afraid that one remained a mystery no matter how much I poked and prodded. In any case, all 3 of these trinkets were recorded as spoils from our official privateering raids. Now, as you know, a pirate will usually sell his plunder through a reliable fence. Sometimes, through holding auctions is the only way to offload goods what's too extravagant or too bleeding rare for the average cull to deal in. Our 3 wondrous treasures fell all into the auction only category. Where the bidding began in Aleport, the Thalassacracy weighed in with its ample purse and made some unmatchable offers, then organised the tub for the merchandise to be shipped back to Lemissa. And that's when our marks swooped in and picked up their transport clean. I had a few words with the Maelstrom sailors who survived the attack, and they pointed the finger at the grinning curs. Problem is, not one curl's seen hide nor hair of the curs, not to mention their bloody ship since the raid. Sorry I'm late, Jackie, but you'll want to hear this. Some of the cargo that was cloyed from the transport was just found during a routine inspection at Lethragin checkpoint. Lethragin? The curs have made landfall then? And what are the treasure? Any mention of them? Naught that I've heard, but the jackets ain't done shaking all the boxes yet. Then we'd best get eyes out there, quick like. Ilya, Underfoot, you're fresh for a run, ain't you? Best get going. Come on, lass. I'll race you out to the checkpoint. You're probably gonna make it there no matter how quick I am. Underfoot. You heard of the grinning? You never heard of the grinning curs? They're a pack of rabid buccaneers, what used to belong to the South Hounds, the Salt Hounds. Back in the day, the Salt Hounds had a crew to fill more than a few ships. Aye, there's no other pirate gang who'd match them when it came to sheer numbers. But then the Admiral came to power and passed her famous law. Most of the Hounds chose life on land, and those what spat on the law became the curs. Simple as that. Is that? Oh, another slacker. Driving home from office. We'll be back when I get home. No worries. Oh, okay, look, down there. Sure. That's not where I clicked, but okay. Chicken! I won our race. You owe me a pint, Ilya. Japes aside, though, it looks like the cab was right about the cargo. From what I've been able to catch from them swads the gates, it seems a peddler was boned for carrying goods, what known to be aboard that transport. They carried the poor sod away in change, but the cargo itself is still here. I saw a pair of jackets carrying boxes up that wooden ramp. We need to know what's in them crates. I get a feeling they won't open their games for asking, though. Not when this fool's challenge is going on. Do you think you could skulk over there and see if they found them treasures yet? It's probably up there. Okay. Two yellow-jacket soldiers are inspecting the seized cargo. Approach them while cloaked have been sent to listening on the progress. The yellow-jackets are discussing the contents of the crates. This all junk. No diamond, no earrings, and no bloody black sarcophagus. Looks like we'll have to lean hard on the skinny peddler in order to find them treasures. The sergeant says the merchant's still pleading ignorance, claims he was just hired to carry the loot through the checkpoint and naught else. What a pile of bugle shite. I'm guessing the pirates split the cargo and are trying their luck at every checkpoint. Captain Molina's already given orders to double the guard and inspect every cart and wagon what comes through. Yeah, well, they're not going to do it by the cart, are they? They're probably not that dumb. They already know that they hit a big haul. Why would they do that? That makes no sense. So they found naught of value, eh? Bene. Thought we'd lost the contest before we'd even properly started. But be that as it may, something don't add up here. Why would you order a cull to carry the goods through the checkpoint? No smuggler is that daft, surely. And even if, by some miracle of gods, you squirm through Lethragan without raising a fuss, why would you risk taking merchandise back to the city what you cloyed it from? No, there's a bigger picture here, and we need to take a step back to see it. Assuming the curs hired the peddler to do the dirty work, there'll be someone in the shadows who's brokered the deal. And I just happen to know a cove what makes it his business to oversee these kind of shady arrangements. The thing is, this black marketeer bloke changes his haunts dependent on how the breeze blows. Quite literally, in fact. I seem to recall the navigator's veil being shifted by a westerly this morning, so that put him... Ah, Latilla's Rest. Nice and close. Why don't we go and ask him a few questions before we head back to the guild? I pride myself on a memory of faces, but yours is unknown to me. Are you an earnest customer, or an inquisitive annoyance? I must be sure of your intentions. Yeah. The dance is old, but the name is new. Put away your daggers, rogue. I've peddled my wares to your kind since the upright thieves stalked the night. Speak, what would you have of this humble merchant? Still tormenting the cots, eh, Grandad? We've come for information on the smuggling job. There was this peddler, what was caught at the Lethragan checkpoint, moving merchandise with the grinning curs, pleading innocence even when he had the screws put on him. You wouldn't know aught about that deal, would ye? Every last sordid detail. Not a single grain of soul and sand passes through the shadows without my knowledge. But such prickly wisdom lodges tightly in this one's throat. What have you brought to ease the pain of its passage? Spare me the theatrics, Grandad. Is your usual purse. The sum is paid. The deal is made. May my answers sate your fickle hunger. Your hapless peddler was indeed innocent. He was but a beast of burden employed by associates of the grinning curs, and likely knew naught of his bride's tainted nature. A pawn, if you will. A convenient decoy. There are those amongst my acquaintances who specialize in providing such services. Aye, that's what I thought. The curs wanted the cull to get caught, and now that the jackets have a taste, they'll waste their time yaffing every single shite pile that comes through their checkpoints. Meanwhile, the real treasures are hidden away in the Darkmans along with the grinning curs. Not the Darkmans, Master Rogue. The Mist. Aside from the travelling merchant, the Cur's associates have spent coins on another piece of this little game. A navigator. One who has practiced in piloting a vessel through Doxy's Pull. The Doxies? The gods only know how many ships have sailed into that fog soup and never came out again. And that's where the Curs have gone to ground? Now that's a trick what took some bollocks. Once their haunted tub was sitting dimmer in the mist, though. It would have been easy to have those associates of theirs ferry the junk goods to Los Nocia. Then the canny coves just needed to wait for the peddler to get boned and draw the gaze of the yellow jackets inland. We need to strike now. As soon as they learn the coast is clear, they'll flee for open waters. A fair appraisal of events. Now that you know the location of your marks, however, it will not be so difficult to track them down. The Doxy's Pool was once an impenetrable shroud, but ever since the calamity, the mists are far less consistent. Narrow your search to the heaviest banks, and you will soon uncover those with whom wish to remain unseen. But now, a warning. The mists conceal other dangers besides the dogs you seek. A careless step may land you upon the chopping block. The chopping block? You can't mean. Seems I found myself another lead to look into. You hurry back to Jackie and tell him what we've learned so far. Fisherman's Guild, please. Yes, I am looking to head inside. Thank you very much. Yeah, about time, lass. You were gone so long, I almost sent Stray after you. What happened to Underfoot? Well, we got a lead. So, our marks and their bitten baubles are snug inside the Poxy's Pool, eh? I'll not discount the old man's warning, but we may not have a chance to crush the curs and gobble up them treasures. We board their ship right now, you, me, and Vakabi. I suppose we'll be heading ourselves for a tub of the voyage. I'll have words with Swarant, and I'll see that the dry docks can spare us by way a ship and a reliable crew. Get your kit together and meet us there. Well, food is on and Shard is off the PC for now. Hey, welcome back, Camping Daddy. And thank you for crushing that man's balls. We don't need no bots in here trying to pawn off cheap viewers. I have the best viewers, the most expensive, exquisite, perfect viewers that only come here. Any cheap viewers? Nah, we're not having that. Especially not ones that I have to buy. I am not buying viewers. You want me to buy viewers? I crush your balls, or one of my mods will. Someone will be crushing your balls, and you will like it. I need a bigger banhammer. Most expensive viewers, I'm not getting paid to be here. No! You pay me to be here. In a way, yes. Through ads. Through. Oh wait, no. Not there. Jeez. Though I do need to do that, because I need to get in there, because I need a pet from there, like, Pronto. I need, here. Hey, Jackie. Alright, Ilya. I've put in some favors, and there's a crew that'll get us close enough to scamper aboard the Cur's vessel. It'll be cramped on that deck. If we try to mill the whole lot at once, we'll soon find ourselves up against the rails. So we go in quick and quiet and try to knock off a few at a time. Well, lass, you eager to test your sea legs? Yes. Let us get this started. Ooh. Defeat the grinning curs. I'll sink me stabbers in the captain, those two back there for you. Well, Amelia. Sure. Jack, you better not die. Jackie, I found me one of them treasures. Unless there's another fist-sized blue diamond on board, it's got to be the Cerulean Star. As the other two baubles, I've tossed the cabins and been through the old, ilm by ilm. There was naught else here. Well, we'll just have to ask all sweet like, won't we? Spit it out, cur. Where are you keeping the rest of your treasures? Ha! You think I'd spill me guts for the likes of you, rogue? Maybe you wouldn't, at that. What about your partners you're working with? Algie! We don't need no partners. So, you're telling me this was your own idea? You woke up one day and decided that you attack a maelstrom transport right off the coast to Aleport, then disappear into the loving embrace of the Doxy's pool? Not exactly your style, is it? The grinning curs are too bleeding famous for being the crew what turned their snouts up at privateering in favour of keeping the old ways. You only escaped the Yellow Jacket's grip long enough to be crawling on your bellies and snatching scraps what fell from the table. You ain't the type to sink your teeth into a Navy-owned vessel, no matter the price. Well, maybe there ain't no profit in being cautious no more. The age of pirates is swift coming to an end. Malware won't be stopped. Not by a piddling little crew like mine. That's why we've thrown in our lot with the executioners. The blue rock was just our share of the loot. The scraps from the table, like you said. If you want them other trinkets, then you have to take it up with our new mates. One job at a time, lass. First, we need to get these stinking coves and their tub back to the docks. Listen, you for taking our ship. Should have set her on fire while I still had the chance. The job's just got proper thorny, but at least we grabbed one of them damn treasures. Putting aside the issue who gives the orders, there's no doubt that these was the coves what raided the Maelstrom ship. Now for a punishment what fits the crime. I was informed that a certain well-known pirate ship was spotted weighing anchor at Morbray docks. I assume this was your work? Aye. You missed all the excitement, Captain. But never you mind, the Cerulean Star is back and bob in our sneaky little thimbles. Humph. And these must be the grinning curs. Degenerate fiends, how dare you ply your filthy trade in Lomesan waters? How many innocent sailors were massacred that you might sate your vile avarice? She's just going to execute them right here. Every one of your kind ought to be lined up and shot. A musket ball is the only answer for this rampant display of lawlessness. Wait. Do you mean to just execute them here on the bloody docks? At least take the buggers into custody first. Handing them over to ye for lawful punishments will satisfy the demands of the code just as well. We've already got the answers to our questions, so feel free to take them away. Do not presume to give me orders, rogue. You only managed to capture these villains and their ill-gotten treasures by employing unsavory and unconscionable means. Why, you're naught more than pirates yourselves. These bastards ain't worth a true pirate's spit. The upright thieves were formed to protect us from ourselves. Now they're just hunting dogs for the Admiral. Marweb yanks the leash of another buccaneer, disappears. You rogues are traitors to your own kind. If it hadn't been for you... No, go on then. Blame me and me covs for your own failures. You knew what you was about when you defied the code. You knew that we'd be after you. We're done here. There are still 2 treasures left, rogue, and I mean to claim them both. I'd reconsider this contest of yours, Captain. Turns out, this fish we're trying to hook is a shark, and it might just swallow you whole. Oh, what? Milia, what are you doing? What are you doing? Get out of there! God damn potato. What whiskers is he speaking of? And how could any pirate challenge the might of the Yellow Jackets? Now he seeks to unnerve me. I'll wring the truth from these grinning curs, and we'll see who triumphs over whom. You think this is over? The pirates will have their day again. Don't think so. Anyway. Back to Limsa. I'm on to you, Milala. Man, this is taking longer than I anticipated. Better work on that ship, Ilya. First blood is ours. How'd you take to fighting at sea? There are a few who can drop an opponent as quick as a rogue. But mind you don't exhaust yourself with failing your blades at the tough coves. Aye, that goes double for when your mates are on your flank. If you notice yourself starting to flag, there's naught wrong with pulling back for a time and staggering your attacks with each other to keep the pressure on. And I'm probably talking about when there was still TP in the game. I've said it before, lass, but you'll be needing your sharp enough to carve steel for what's to come. I'm afraid this will be more of a challenge than even what that little shrew was bargaining for. That's assuming the Kurz wasn't lying about the executioners, and the executioners are who I bloody think they are. Twixt you and me, though, I'm hoping the names is just some laughable coincidence. This was the first set of job quests after A Realm Reborn. They were still trying to get a good balance. Yeah, that's fair. Ho there, Ilya. We've a rough job ahead of us, and that's a fact. Matters are tangled enough with that Milala, Mort snapping at our heels. But we've still managed to grabble that first trinket without too much fuss. Biting back them other two treasures, though, that'll be a different story. Once the stray gets here, I'll explain what, or more to the point, who we're up against. Alright, we've two baubles left on the list, the Silver Sorrows and the Black Sarcophagus. Let's see where we're at. Oi, where's Pirimu got to? Underfoot? He's still looking to whittle the tail behind that bleeding sarcophagus. We'll not be cloying that stickler until we've at least got an inkling as to what the bloody thing looks like. Treasures aside, I've been doing some digging of my own, and these executioner allies are the Green Curs. And I'm afraid the names weren't to no coincidence. Ilya, you ever heard of the bloody executioners, I hope? It seems that the Kurz was feeding from the fable one of the nation's greatest pirate powers. This ain't no ordinary crew of cutthroats, lass. Within Limsalomisa, the bloody executioners wield a power and influence second only to the Admiral herself. They was none too fond of Malweb on her prohibition of piracy, and it was only with the overwhelming threat posed by the Gallian Empire what eventually convinced them to play nice with the thalassocracy. But pirates ain't ones to play nice for long. Now that Heilflin ain't around to helm the ship, the solidarity of the bloody executioners began to show cracks. All the strongest captains and lieutenants began to form their own factions and are scrabbing to become the top chair for themselves. Of course, not one bloody code can agree with another on which way the executioners ought to sail. Among these new factions, though, a group what is pushing to break free of the Admiral's grip completely. Turns out these reformists are, as they're calling themselves, was the only ones who took the Grinning Curs under their wing. Which means they've got possession of the last two treasures, what yet to cloy. Rumours around town say that even for executioners, these cubs are bloody and ruthless and is not to be crossed. We should sit this one out, Jackie. Here's on Nilala's contest, it ain't worth this kind of grief. We've been inviting the wrath of a crew so large and dangerous that even the Admiral ain't keen on coming to blows with them. If they ever come after us, large or small, it don't matter much. They broke the code when they hit that maelstrom tub. Aye, the Grinning Curs are paying for their crimes, but We'd be poor sodding excuses for rogues if we let the real culprits carry on unpunished. I mean to see this job to an end. And that means biting back them treasures and handing out proper justice to them as deserve it. But Jackie! Listen, with all the infighting going on at present, us stabbing a short blade into one faction's toe ain't like to bring the whole executioner crew down on our heads. Besides, them reformist buggers are so far split from the main mob that they've been avoiding the city altogether. Now, it's about time we got to work. Ilya, you're to track down our black market contact. I sent him looking into the Kerr's new allies a while back, so he should have some answers for us by now. The veil was lifted by a southerly this morn. That'll put the old man in his haunt in Lower Los Nocia. Here, take this sack of blunt and pay a visit to the House of Styx. That's Kobold Terrible, if you didn't know. The old man bribes them with ore and hires the biggest and meanest sods as bodyguards. Just be ready for your approach to be challenged. Wait? Why am I waiting? I've known full sodding well what it means to be a rogue, but as deadly as our guild is, we'd not survive a war with the bloody executioners. With the bloody executioners. This way. You're delivering blunts to an old man now? Yeah, apparently. He's gonna get high. So, face full of Phoenix arse. I was gonna go and rob this boat, but then I got high. Then I got high. Then I got high. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, welcome to the House of Styx, young rogue. One must excuse my hireling's enthusiasm for greeting visitors. Now that you have a cumbersome baggage of which I might relieve you before we begin our conversations in earnest. Here you go. A heavy burden for one of your tender years to bear. But its weight has balanced the scales, the sum is paid, the deal is made. Let us speak of these reformists. The faction that so wronged the code now seeks to peddle one of its stolen treasures, the earrings better known as the Silver Sorrows. The deal, it is said, is to take place at Costa del Sol. The buyer, a moneyed merchant from the Golden Sands, Uldar. The earrings will be out in the open. Vulnerable. I would target that moment of the transaction where I so inclined, as the gentleman up there in a cabin appears to be, where he has purchased the self-same information. The gentleman up there by the cabin appears to be. Oh, hello. Though he attempts to disguise his identity, the stench of soldier yet lingers. I know not where where one such as he came to learn of my existence, but I suspect he works for a certain yellow-coated captain. Yeah, brave she is, but foolish, stumbling blindly into the underworld, and your groping hands will not save you from the holes at your feet. Sudden shall be her fall. Well, good luck. I will win. You will lose. Oh, you need to go back to the Rogues Guild? God damn it. Why don't I just go to frickin' Costa del Sol and deal with this? Welcome back, Ilya. What information did the old man have for you on the reformists? Looking to unload them earrings, are they? And to an Ul'dah, no less. Can't say I'm surprised to hear the buyers from out of town. You won't find many Lomesans willing to melt coin on aught them covers sellings. Only them dafts of sod would go about funding them as to means of pulled down the admiral. Yeah. One of Milala's lackeys arrived at the house afore ye. How'd they know to... them curs we captured much have cackled during the shrew's interrogations. We'll have to assume the Yellow Jackets know what we know, and that means we'd best get our asses to Costa del Sol right bleeding now. I'll handle this one, Jackie. You and Ilya can wait here for Perimu. Oi, Vakeb. What in the hell's she playing at? After her, lass. She knows this ain't a solo job. I told you to wait at the guild. I don't need... Well, it might be as I could use an extra mort in the shadows after all. Jackie has his mind set on punishing the executioners, but me, I just want to skulk in, cloy them silver bits, and skulk out. I reckon that if I could manage that with no one the wiser, then they wouldn't know who to come after. Finish the job without drawing me daggers, you know? It ain't exactly true to code, but the shield of underworld honor won't stop them bloody killers from cutting me mates' throats as setting the sisters a glimmer. The guild's the only place we're offered to take in a pirate stray like me, and I'll not see it burned to the ground. The deal's about to start. Say the word, and when you're bene to head in. Right now. Alright, here's what we know. The rich merchant what come over from Ul'dah is some mate master Gigarurges. The cull who owns Costa del Sol. Gigarurges taken his guards at dancing dells and pranced off down the beach someplace, giving over the use of the entire resort to his friend. Seems she didn't want an audience with her for a bargain with the reformists. which, as it happens, works out well for us. We'll wait until they're busy angling over price, then snatch the sorrows and op the twig before they realise aught's amiss. Sounds like a plan? Yes, what could possibly go wrong? There. The players have arrived. The reformists, coin counter, and the Uldan buyer are setting up on the southeastern platform. The earrings ought to be nearby. Hang about. Who are all these other culls? The place was meant to be empty. Mammoths. I see some nasty looking blokes in Uldan grabs. And are those marmots? Ugh. The merchant brought along a whole bloody entourage. I've gone and got ahead of myself. I should have realised the job's never that easy. We'll have to mill a few of them bodyguards first, I reckon. You don't want to fight through a forester blade should you get caught sneaking up on them narrow walkways. Jackie, I thought I'd... Start your excuses, love. I knew full well what you were thinking about. What you were about. You start going soft on us, though, and it'll be like losing one of my arms. I can't take on the bloody executioners all by myself. It's only 'cause I've got the rogues like you and Underfoot and Ilya here that the guild can take the jobs it does. When our coves walk the shadows, it's the bleeding pirates what do the trembling. Remember that, Vakebu. We ain't some two gill robbers what piss their breeches when the dandlers are caught in the honeypot. We're the knives in the dark man's, and no bastard wants to go blade to blade with the likes of us. I've seen you not change your mind then. We'll need all stabbers you can get. And I'll promise mine will be there when you need them. Bene. Now let us carve a path to that platform and bite back them earrings. Vakeb, you hide yourself down by the docks in case the marks escape during the fight. Ilya, you and me will split up and mill guards as we go. It's them puppets as concern me most. I suggest you crash them little buggers before they can spring any rum fun. Creep in as close as you dare, then give them a good solid clout from behind. Aye, it ain't the most original strategy, but that don't make it any less lethal. Once you're done with the first group, slip back into the shadows and move on to the next. Not to it, eh? I'll head over to the back while you start from the front. Let's wrap this up before the jackets blunder in and scare off our marks. It's not going to go down smoothly. Alright. I'll take the security mammoth first. Ready to come down there and help you? Probably. Taking the damn time. Rogues? No one mentioned aught about rogues. What in the hell do you think you're doing? I'm conducting a business transaction on behalf of the bloody executioners. Do you know what that means? Do you know what they'll do to you? I'm all frightened. Odd, then. That's you're the one who's shaking. It don't much matter to me who you work for. Your bosses broke the code and we're here to collect. Those would be the Silver Sorrows, then. I'm sure you paid a caravan a coin for them shiny baubles, but I doubt they're worth your life. Let's have them, then. Well, wait, damn you. You should know that this is a personage is extremely influential member of the East Arlington Trade Company. Surely you've heard of it. If the threat of reprisal will not stay your hand, then consider the political ramifications of interfering with a foreign dignitary. The Admiral would not desire you to damage Lomison's relations with Uldar. Yes, exactly. I'm a very highly placed in Uldan society. I have powerful friends who will not be pleased when were you to mistreat me in any fashion. And you must understand, the Silver Sorrows are a historical treasure, a gift once bestowed upon Sultana Nanashu ul Nasha by her champion. The earrings were later stolen by from the royal vault, and we'd lost hopes of ever recovering them. That I might so easily purchase them is thus is a miracle. The return of these trinkets will be, that is to say, these sorrows will be returned to Uldar. Can you not look the other way for the sake of my nation's pride? You must be thinking me some dull-witted thug. If this deal was being made on behalf of your country, then why are you sneaking about consorting with pirates? An excellent point. One might doubt the quality of character were you to continue with these feebled fabrications. You need only entrust those earrings to me. Should you truly wish to see them return to Uldar, that is. After all, it was to fulfill that very purpose that the Thalassacracy bid on the Sorrows in the first place! Really, Shin? Bit late, aren't you, Captain? I think you'll agree this round belongs to us. On the contrary, my dear scoundrel, I made the winning move the moment I knew we were dealing with a merchant of Uldar. I come bearing an official order of seizure, authorized by the Admiral herself. You will not be harmed, but I must insist you cooperate with this reclamation of unlawfully obtained goods. Though Costa del Sol is a private property, it nevertheless falls within the state-governed territory. Come along quietly, we need not inconvenience Master Gegaruju any further. Those suspects will be taken into Yellow Jacket custody. Do not concern yourselves with the Silver Sorrows. They'll be quite safe with me. damn, we got one-upped. Oh no, a potato. I know. And she had the nerve to be up my skirt but moments ago in the last quest. How dare she? Aye, I heard the news from Jackie. I don't think that was the Admiral's choosing to side with Malala, though. Probably just eager to reclaim the Silver Sorrows. Anyway, that bit about them earrings being cloyed from the royal vaults turns out to be true. Seems some famous burglar went after him once he heard about the godlike agility they're said to bestow upon the wearer. Bah, the hells take that canary-coloured harpy. We might as well have handed the things over to her on a velvet cushion. I'll go find Underfoot and help him with his digging. There's still that last treasure out there, and you can be sure the reformist won't be giving it up without a fight. Aye, you do that. Bene luck to you, love. Ah, there you are. And you left before events had truly been decided, and I thought you deserved to know the score. The Ildan merchants acquiesced to our request and surrendered the Silver Sorrows into our keeping. We've also apprehended the reformist's accountant, and will be holding him for further questioning. Ho ho! A Bonning, an associate of the bloody executioners. You yellow jackets, don't flinch from your duty. I'll give you that. And what's this I hear about you buying information, Captain? I thought you'd sooner die than associated with the elements of the underworld. I will do what I must to stay ahead in this challenge, and that marketeer's knowledge was vital to the case. It is true I might find his practices distasteful, but he is no pirate. It is the fading era of piracy, which I mean to consign to the history books. And that chapter will never be fully closed until every pirate-spewed relic, including you and your guild, becomes a thing of the past. Valiant and forthright. Those are the words by which the Yellow Jackets live. It is a manner in which we protect Limsolo Misa. I swore an oath to the graves of my sisters. No more shall innocents suffer at the hands of those savage buccaneers. Those unrepentant killers. And a grand oath it is. I've got me fumbles full, just keeping the code intact. But the code is a kind of oath too, when you get down to it. And since I've sworn to uphold it, I've no intention of stepping aside and letting you trample all over me and me coves. In fact, you better be off giving in now, before matters get proper serious. Just say you're sorry and admit defeat, and we'll leave it at that, eh? Your audacity knows no bounds. I am done wasting words. I shall reclaim that last treasure, and then I will look on victorious as your guild is dismantled brick by brick. That's the spirit, Captain. Just don't forget to keep an eye on them earrings. The city's crawling with rogues, you know. You could keep the Sorrows in a bloody lockbox in the Coral Tower, but look away for a moment, and one of me cubs will bite them beauties right back. I doubt we will. Come on, Ilya. It's back to the sisters for us. I saw. Also, the pics she took are already up on Lizard Girl OnlyFans. God damn it, Nappa. Man, I was hoping I could do more. This one is taking its time. But the other ones only took like an hour and a half to do. This one has been nearly, essentially 3 hours. I mean, it's a little less. We had some chatting, getting into things and everything, but I mean, it's been probably like about 2.5 hours. Well, after all that hard work, the shrew made off with the spoils. As far as her damned contest goes, I suppose that makes us even. It'll be the last treasure, this black sarcophagus, that decides the victor. What the reformists are doing to keep it bob, you can bet your grandmum's teeth there'll be some blade work needed before this job is done. Get yourself ready for a proper scrap, Ilya. Alright, marked for death. I was wondering when you'd show up, Ilya, but bugger me if you don't look ready to mill an entire crew of sods by yourself. And Benny that you are, because we've finally uncovered some hard facts about the last treasure. Won't be long now before we cloy the winning piece and put this daft challenge to bed. Alright, I've gathered the other coves for a meeting, so let's get down to it. Alrighty, Shin. At long bloody last, the black sarcophagus has given up its secrets. Underfoot, you've got some news for us? Aye, Jackie. I think half our troubles in wordling the truth of it lays to calling this nasty thing a treasure. The black sarcophagus ain't no dimmer bauble. It's a Mark 6, or no, a Mark 51 Magitech mine. A bleeding prototype explosive that was bitten from an Imperial transport vessel. And even though it ain't that big, maybe it's maybe the size of a small cargo box, they say the blasts it have is enough kick to incinerate a bloody behemoth. Seems the Garleans meant to start producing at their factory in Los Nocia, then distribute the mines through Castrum Meridian. Luckily, some plucky privateer cloyed the prototype en route, then, eh? An experimental weapon? That explains why the Thelocracy was so bleeding eager to bid at that auction, and so reluctant to share the details with us. At least now we know the what, but there's still the question of the where. The Kerrs delivered their bits and goods to the reformers, that much is certain. What happened to the sarcophagus after that, though, we ain't so sure. There's been no reports of huge explosions or the like, so either the executioners still have the mine, or they've peddled it to some other buyer. The reformist faction came together out of the shared hatred for the Admiral and her ways. I'm guessing they didn't cloy that bomb just to sell it. Oh, they're going to use it to try and kill the Admiral. What is it, Lonnie? A letter for you, Jackie. Says it's urgent. A letter? Who's it from? The old man. I found it while I was sorting through our daily deliveries. Let's see now. Come to Thalos. I have urgent news. I've never known the old man to summon a customer. No one's seen him at his usual haunts for a while. So do you reckon this some rum morsel has dug up just for us? Aye, it could be. Ilya, you and me are headed to Thalos. Underfoot, Vakeb, you have to take another stab at pinning down the location of the sarcophagus. Guildmaster. Let us go. Ooh, okay, we're going here. The Bronze Lake, then. Boom, boom. Oh, shit. This ain't good. Alright, gentlemen. Come on then. Oh, he's still alive, okay. You're wasting your time, darling. We opened that Scrag's wrinkled throat bells ago. You crushed the bloody executioners, and you get what's coming to you. Did you like our message? We weren't sure you'd fall for it, but a little mystery goes a long way, eh? Ah, now don't be like that, darling. Me and me mates didn't have much choice. When the boss says go play with the rogues, then we go play with the rogues. After all, we never asked you to come ruin our game now, did we? And don't go, and don't give me no long-winded speech about your precious code. The reformist visions stretch far beyond what them tired old rules is good for. Once Captain Ashibashir takes command of the executioners, it'll give us back the teeth we lost when we submitted to the Admiral's leash. We'll be the tremors of the sea once more, free to rove and plunder in a new age of pirate glory. And I'll bathe in blood to see that age come to pass. I'll kick down your shite stinking code and have your sneaky heads on your chopping block. Like hell you will. The only sentence will be passed today is yours. Well hello there, darling. Ain't you a fine looking lad? I've heard all this prattle of for. Free to pillage and plunder, is it? Aye. It all sounds grand, but you don't think of the price. The shite stinking code is the only thing what keeps your bloody coves from milling one another. Without it, without Limsolini set to call home, you'd be adrift on an ocean of quarrels. But if you're so keen to keep company with the dead, I'll be something happy to oblige. You was prettier with your gob shut, but I can see that I'm out of me depth here. As much as I'd like to lop off your noggins, I'll have to satisfy with the dragging the two of you out into the wilds. Keep you well out of the way, haven't I? Out with it then. Ain't it obvious, you stubborn crags? You stubborn crags is looking to swipe our new toy, and it's my job was to stall ye. The captain has the mine with him right now. He's set to show the rest of the executioners that he's got the stones to sit in the leader's chair. And what better way to do it than executing the bitch what snapped the chains on our crew? He's targeting the Admiral herself. You're planning to blow up the command room, ain't you? Aye, aye. You have me permission to panic. Of course, if you'd rather steer clear of the city, I'd be keeping your company right here. Sweet meat. Poor old man. Think you can stop Captain Ashabashir? If you sprout yourself some wings, then you might still make it. Yeah. We've got this mad mort at our mercy, but she seems to be enjoying herself. I better drag her back to the guild and see what other information she spills. I'll need you back in Limsa as well. But your business is at the foremast first. You should find Captain Milena at her post there. Forget about the sodding challenge and tell her everything we know. Unless me judgment's well off kilter, she'll do what needs to be done. Oh. Yeah, okay, love. Yellow Jackets. That'd be the Marauders. It's not the Marauders Guild. Huh, interesting. Middle Lost Nocia. Oh, what? She's over there? God damn it. I went to the wrong place. Away we fly. Oh, you're one of Jackie's rogues. You come to steal the sorrows, have you? Well, you shan't have them. As you can see, they're safely clasped upon my very own. You're not here for the earrings? The Admiral, you say? And you're sure these fiends are in possession of the sarcophagus? I must deploy more sentries at once. Do not think this voids our challenge, rogue, and you can relay as much to your impudent guildmaster. I suppose you can thank him for the. I suppose I can thank him for the warning as well. She is completely off kilter. Can I not get into the city from here? Apparently not. Okay. Well. Few seconds back on my teleport home, so I'll just wait for that. It's really annoying that you just can't. I can't get in from here, but this is obviously the Yellow Jacket's base. To the Fisherman's Guild. to the Fisherman's Guild, sorry, to the Rogues Guild. So, the jackets are on the move. Bene. I've been listening to that addled pirate cackle since I brought her back to the sisters, but she's given us naught what we didn't already know. And we know more than enough. I say we rally the rogues and go after that mine before it blows up in our mums. Oh, 2 level 30 quests, okay. If the leaders of the reformists, this Captain Ashabashir, is planning on milling the Admiral with a bang, then me guess is he'll be aiming to demolish the entire command room. You know the mizzen mast, the tower what holds the drowning wench and bulwark hall? The Admiral's bridge in her command room is right at the top of it. Then you've got the districts what surround the mizzen masts. That's the busy, bleeding heart of the city. Even with the threat of an attack, you can't just seal it up in the blink of an eye and call the whole thing Bob. Try to explain the dangers to the culls what live and work there, and then you'd have a frightened, stampeding mob on your fumbles. Nay, lass, our only option is to have eyes slinching every approach to the tower. I'll put the world out as many coves as I can and spread them through the streets. Your job is to cover the aftercastle. Just wait and see, Ilya. We'll get this Ashabashir and his little bomb too. Well, let's go to the aftercastle. Time to go to the wench. Bismarck. Ugh. The fog picked a grand night to roll in thick. This will make things interesting. Our presence on the streets is far too thin. Where were the reinforcements I ordered? My apologies, Captain. There just aren't any more soldiers to spare. The bulk of our forces have already been assigned to guard not only the Admiral, but a number of the other high-ranking personnel as well. Unacceptable. What could Commodore Rayner be thinking? There are dangerous criminals stalking the city as we speak. Call in squads from the outposts if you must, but I want to see our security tightened and the populace properly protected. But Captain, we can't be certain the pirates' plans hasn't changed. If we consider the possibility that they've switched to a target outside the walls, it could be folly to weaken those defenses. Humph! You've made your point, Sergeant. Return to your post. Once all is lost, it is far too late to question what one should have done. You seem troubled, sir. Perhaps I could be of assist. Oh, there! Uh-oh. I've been dying to meet you, lass. Aye, keen to set eyes on the bold yellow belly would cost our crew a fortune in Ildan coin. You're an executioner. One of Asher Bashir's men? I think that's Asher Bashir himself. You've strayed too far into a world you don't understand, lass. Your eyes is fixed on the light of justice, leaving you blind to the chasm opening at your feet. Oh no! At least they'll say you died with your boots on. Oh, that's Asher Bashir. The yellow belly won't be bothering us no more, Captain. As for the mine, the lads'll have it primed in front of the wench by the time you get there. Good. Not long now before we drag that bitch Admiral, her pretty tower and her simpering curs down to the bottom of the sea. Then I'll raise our flag on the ruins of the mizzenmast and lead our brethren in a return to the old ways of blood and plunder. Should have died that last bloke. Gosh, the wife's gonna kill me. Yeah? What's that then? Not after the command room. They mean to bring down the entire tower. If the mizzenmast falls, the bridge will follow. Half the city will. Don't you die. But please, you must help me. The danger far greater than we. Bloody hells! It's alive! Oh, no, 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 no. I didn't see nothing. Didn't see nothing. Please, you must send word. Jackie is just above you. Someone must be told. Hey, Jackie. How did you... Your valiant and forthright weapon. You could hear that single shot from miles away. Weren't hard pressed to guess what happened. I poked the yellow jackets on the way over. A healer will be along shortly. Bene. That means we've only one last thing to do. We have never been allies, but I beg of you. Just save your strength. You must stop them. Save the city. Alas. You know you don't have to ask. Taking down mad coves and biting back what's been bitten is our job. You all set then? Ready, Jackie. Always. Then let's go cloy that sarcophagus and fit out a shear for a new coffin. Oh yeah, they're in for a world of hurt now. Hello. You know what? I just ignore these guys. Oh no, it looks like I can't. Let's hope the last one's down here. It was not. Well, shit. I failed this then. Yeah, it's around here, okay. Fair enough. Well. I'll have to go through that again. No, leave it fine. It's fine. It's fine how it is. I can skip through all of this now. We have already seen it. Let us go. I'll ignore the group and I'll just go for the explosives. I was probably told to go and deal with them, just didn't see it. I had like an AoE ability, but I don't think I'll get those until I become a ninja. Having them all cloistered up like that is actually really helpful because they all have AoE abilities. There's a very good chance that probably rogues had AoE abilities back in the past. They just got removed as things got kind of slimmed down. Okay, 3 minutes before the show begins. Right, yeah. Yep. Okay, so I just missed that entire conversation to begin with. Oh, you followed me. Well, that was a mistake for you. Come on, then. I'll throw knives at you. You're not going to like it. Told you. Status report. The mine's been disabled and the engineers should have it safely removed. Our soldiers sustained some injuries in the battle with the reformists, but none were fatal. Also, the Admiral sends her sincerest gratitude. Look, there she is. That's Captain Milala, the hero of Lim Salomisa. Are you recovered from your wound, Captain? We heard how you nearly lost your life stopping the hordes of pirates from blowing up the mizzenmast. 3 cheers for the Yellow Jackets, and our city would be lost without ye. But wait, that's not how it... Sergeant, what of the rogues? Did they survive the battle? I don't rightly know, Captain. All we found near the sarcophagus were the reformists, either dead or strung from the rafters. Alive, then. It would seem we are deeply in their debt. Ah, Captain, might I have the Silver Sorrows from you now? We've been ordered to hand them over to the Commodore, along with the Black Sarcophagus. Why, of course, they're right here. The earrings! I could have sworn I was still... Oh no, Jackie took them from you. Gasp. He wouldn't have. He stole them while I lay dying? That cad! I knew he was not to be trusted. Keep an eye on them, indeed. Should have known. Well, done what which needed to be done. They work best from the shadows. Are you sure about this, Jackie? We should have cloyed the sarcophagus as well. Yeah, I think she's earned it, don't you? If it bothers you that much, think of it as a trade. If you ask me, they look a bit daft. Well, I didn't ask ye. So, the jackets end up with the mine and we got the diamond and the earrings, which means victory belongs to the Rogues Guild. Do you think Milala's will leave us at that then? I got a feeling we ain't done with her yet. I'd say we're done with her challenge, but you never know when our paths will cross again. We'll just have to see what Limsa's underbelly spits up next. Aye, the city ain't never quiet for long. Well, it's been a pleasure working with you, Ilya. If you ever need a trusty pair of stabbers, by me side, I'll know who to ask. Oh, by you. I thought he was saying if I need them. I'm off as well. Bloody starving. I am. Don't forget to yaffle a bite when you can, eh, Ilya? We'd best head back to the sisters too. Before the shrew decides she'd rather hear us cry cockles. Bene work, Ilya. Be seeing you soon. Oh, his ninja abilities. Alright. Probably. I don't know. Well, we've still got some time. I think. No, looking at it, we still have. You're looking to head inside? Yes. Oh there, Ilya. It'll be nice to finally have a bit of rest, eh? The job never ends, but even a dimber-damber like myself needs to breathe every now and again. And your venturing mates must be wondering where you gotten to. That was a proper long assignment, but I'm glad you decided to see it through. You've proven to be a stalwart protector of the code, even if it ain't truly your world. When you walk back into the light man's, you'll have to find your own code to uphold. And when you do, you'll have the skills you learned in the shadows to help you defend it. Well, that's more than enough prattle out of me. Your travels might take you far and wide, Ilya, but know you're always welcome here at the Sisters. Indeed, Shen. Welcome back. Boo, indeed. Ah, Ilya, keeping your stabbers sharpened, I hope? Because I got a job to be done, and I reckon the dimber-damber what put the executioners on the chopping block is just the one to do the doing. Me men have sighted some shifty types around Wineport of late. Not code-breaking curs, so far as I know, but that's the rub. We don't know half as much about them as we'd like. They claim to be simple peasants, refugees from some far-flung realm, but I don't know many peasants what skulk about in the Darklands as much as they've been doing. So long as they are not breaking the code, they can do as they please, but being who we are, it falls to us to look into the matter, and make sure that's all bob. As me gut tells me, this may be, as my gut tells me, this may be a two-rogue job. I've set underfoot on ahead, so pull on your best beta cases, head to Wineport and meet him there. Well, we know who it is. They're the ones who recommended me join this place, god damn it. Wineport. Shit, this quest line took a lot longer than I was expecting. I was not expecting the Rogues Guild to take this long to do. I was hoping to get at least 2 classes done this stream. It's only going to be the one. Hey, Underfoot. Ilya, when Jackie said he was sending one of the guild's canniest morts along after me, I had a feeling it might be you. Now, I'd love to tell you a tale our Underfoot's already whittled this whole scrap on our friends, but the truth is I've turned up more questions than answers. They claim to hail from the South Sea Isles, but me little birds at Mavalian's gate swear to the last man that some piss poor that's some piss poor memory. There's no record of any such ships sailing into port. Looks like it falls to you and me to take a closer snilch, eh? I hope you brought your sharpest stabbers, and there's no telling who we're... Did you hear that, lass? Either old Underfoot's gone daft, or some mort just screamed out for dear life. Something tells me our little task is about to turn into something interesting. What say we go and see what's what? Oh, hello. Have mercy, I'm but a simple milkmaid, not a single guild to my name. Rest easy, lass. My friend and I don't mean you no harm. Though I must say, you've got me curious. Just what in the name of the 12 happened here? I had just come to town to purchase some supplies. No sooner had I walked through the gates, I was suddenly accosted by 3 burly drunkards, who demanded I hand over all my possessions. To my good fortune, it seems the men had partaken a bit too heavily. When they saw the meagre contents of my coin purse, they began to squabble amongst themselves. A fist fight ensued, and before I knew it, the 3 men were lying on the ground as you see them now. Sounds like Namalia smiled upon you today, lass. Though I suggest you be a bit more careful on your next visit. All manner of scurvy sorts frequent these parts, and you'll find not all of them are blundering lackwits like your friends here. Thank you for your concern, good sir, and rest assured I will take your words to heart. Good day to you, both of you. Well, Ilya, how did the girl's words strike you? Mummery, I say. You too? I was thinking the very same. Squabbling amongst themselves. Just look, there's barely a scratch on any of these louts. Aye, I'd wager there's more to the rum doxy than she's letting on. Come, let's go on the drag and see what she might be hiding. Huh? The bat. Like how you read mummery as mammery. Well, what can I say? I will be stopping soon, Shin. I'm just unlocking this, and that's probably... I mean, I might do some other little bits and bobs, but I'm going to be... I need to eat, for one. I haven't eaten yet. And I'm going to be playing Payday 3 with Mox this evening. In theory. In theory. That might change, but I don't know. That's what we should be playing anyway. And a right mess we've got here. You reckon these covs got the wrong side of our lass? One thing's for sure, there's no more peasants than you and I. Look at these, one look at these stabbers tells me as much. I have failed. I beg of you, take this and return it to Master Orobo, to Lady Subame. It's too late. The poor sod's dead. And for this stone, you're as guess as good as mine. The lucky charm of sorts, mayhaps? Any road, we'd best start moving our G-beaters before the lass gets away. Her footprints lead in the direction of Upper Los Nocia. She hides behind a tree, as if that could hide her from me. She didn't really think she could fool me with those silly rags, did she? Or did she? Perhaps she's not as clever as we believed. As a mysterious survivor rushes to a damsel's defense, such bravery, such compassion, such folly. Little does she know that the girl is more than capable of taking care of herself. And right on cue, Boro, the dim, leaps into the scene to save his dear little swallow in the most unsurprising surprise attack the realm has ever seen. Cease your ramblings, Karasu, before I rip that tongue of yours from your bloody beak. Yow! Our hero is wounded, a stab through the heart. His childhood friends stand before him, blades drawn and hate in their eyes. Oh, the tragedy of it all. The audience sobs. And what's this? A couple of bit players who have forgotten to leave the stage? Did no one tell them their part in this play is long since over? Oh, and the faceless rogue shows surprising skill. Perhaps she yet has a role to play? I will say this much. Unlike a certain someone, at least you intrigue me. But other matters demand our hero's attention, and so the act must close. The first act must draw to a close. Come, my pet. Wait, Garasu! Never the quick to retreat, that one. The two from Wineport. Did you follow me here? Beg pardon, miss. My friend and I here on behalf of the dutiful sisters. And you, sister, have some questions to answer. I've lived on the underbelly of society long enough to recognize when a man's more than he seems. So make this easy for us, lass. Just who exactly are ye and what are you doing here? And here's hoping for both of your sakes that it doesn't involve breaking no code. So, you're the rogues with whom Lady Yagiri spoke. Forgive me, we were remiss in not seeking you out sooner. Very well. You shall know all there is to know. My name is Oboro, and she is Tsubame. We hail from a village in Adoma, several thousand miles across the sea. We are... perhaps you have no word for what we are. In our own tongue, one might call us shinobi. Doma? The Imperial Province? The same, though it did not have to be so. Our countrymen fought with honor against the might of Garlemeld. What we lacked in number, we made up for with martial prowess. But it was a battle we could not have won. It was a battle we could have won, had we not been betrayed by one of our own. Our every secret, our every move, known to our foe. The tide of battle turned on the morrow. Thousands of our countrymen were slaughtered, and at day's end, Doma remained under the Imperial yoke. The traitorous Kerr joined the Imperial ranks as chief of their covert operations, or so they say. That man you just met, Karasu, though I am loath to call him a man, to this day he whispers in the ears of the Garleans, making a mockery of those who once called him friend and brother, but no longer. We have come to Eorzea at our village elder's behest to see that Karasu pays for his crimes with his life. Come to Miller, treacherous rook, who blew the gab on his comrades. You sound like a right Bene Cov. Consider old Underfoot impressed. Forgive me, this land and its tongue are still new to us. Nevertheless, we were able to lure Keronzi here, but more than a few of our comrades gave their lives in the efforts, and now this. Was this sacrifice for naught? Ah, yeah, my gratitude. When one of our kind falls, tradition dictates that we return their soul to the village, that it may rest with our ancestors. What? Our fallen brother's soul calls out to this woman? Could it be a sign? Are we fated to fight as one? I would make you an offer. We will instruct you in our arts, the art of ninjutsu. In return, you will share with us your knowledge of this land, that it might serve us in our mission. But Ouroboros, she is not Doman. She is not of the village. Look around you, Tsubame. Our brothers and sisters are fallen or gravely wounded, and today's failure makes it all too clear. We cannot hope to stand against Keronzi without knowing the lay of the land. Can't say I'm thrilled at the prospect of losing a dimmadamba like yourself, but hells. In my younger days, I'd have been keen to try my farms at some of those techniques myself. And the more my Wattles takes in, the more these two strikes me as Benair and Benair folk. Benia and Benia folk. If you're keen to lend them your daddles, I'll not be one to stand in your way. If you would know more, come to the Dock Storehouse at Raincatcher Gully. We will await you there. Who'd have figured? Anyway, the choice is yours, Ilya. In the meantime, I'm going to head back to Limsom, report to Jackie, before he comes and gives me a good clout on the knob. Was he talking about your daddles? Perry Potato. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, he was trying to avoid a whack on the knob as well, so, you know. Oh. Hey, Shin. Calling you rabbit, I see. And so we meet again. Am I to take your presence to mean that you have chosen to accept our offer? Thank you. I speak not only for myself and Tsubame, but for our entire village when I say that you have our profound gratitude. What I would tell you next, I would tell you out of earshot of strangers. Byakubu has been instructed to only let trusted visitors through these doors behind me. When he speaks to you, Ayame, you are to answer Kaide. And you need not know what the words mean, only that they will grant you entrance. Robert has chosen to accept you. It is not my place to question his judgment. From this day on, you are one of us. Yeah, May. Ensa. Welcome, Ilya. You stand within the provisional base of operations my people have established in your land of Eorzea. It may not look like much, either without or within, but that is precisely the point. We find it an ideal vantage point from which to observe the comings and goings of Karasu and his men without attracting undue attention to ourselves. My fallen brother saw you as a worthy inheritor to his soul. To honor his memory, I entrust it to you. But soul alone will not make you a shinobi. No, this will require training of the body and mind. Our art, the art of ninjutsu, originated with our ancestors many years ago. Since then, it has been passed down with each generation, mother to daughter, father to son. We draw power from the world around us, the heavens, the earth, and the hearts of man, and channel this power into physical form. I am told that this is similar to your concept of aether. Was it? I must confess that Eorzean words and ways remain unfamiliar to me. How does one channel this power, you ask? Through the use of mudra, hand gestures, that call forth each of the three forms of energy of which I spoke. The first mudra I will teach you will call power from the heavens. In Doma, we call this Ten. You are eager to learn, yes? Attune your soul to that of our fallen brother, then approach me once more. It is then that your training will begin. Ninja unlocked. Madra and Ninjutsu. In addition to their deadly weapon skills, ninja have their disposal of this something that is ninjutsu, which are readied at first by making a series of ritual hand gestures known as mudra. Ninjutsu uses the following predetermined order: Ten Chi Jin. You will learn new mantras as you progress through the ninja storyline. Learning new mantra will open up the door to more complex ninjutsu techniques. Once you have attained a new ninjutsu technique, you can confirm the proper order of mantra required to execute it by selecting its action and the action and traits phase. Okay. Nin. Or nin even. Ninin, yeah. There are people hiding with the backs here. Got that, didn't that. So hang on, let me see. Cunning slash shifting shades, gust slash hide, throw dagger, mug, trick attack. Yep, got trick attack. Death. What's this? I'm gonna have to redo a lot of this stuff anyway, but that's fine. Go my shoe can, sure I can. Delivers a ranged ninjutsu with something with 450. Magic combinations. Any one of the tensions triggers the common weapon skill. Oh wait, so technically... Okay, I see. And that becomes that. I see. Right, well. That is that. Little rabbit. Alright, I see. So, for now, YouTube, I'm going to pause you very quickly because I just want to see what's going to happen. I haven't heard anything from Mox, and I'm probably going to grab something to eat very quickly. This will be around the time that I would do it anyway, but yeah. YouTube, I will catch you in a moment. Alright, YouTube, we're back. What I'm actually going to do, I'm going to use this time to complete some of my crafting quest lines that I have yet to finish. Blacksmiths we hadn't finished, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And a cobalt winglet melded with a savage might, which should be that one. Savage might, yes. Keeping an eye on word from Monsieur Mux as well. Should be fine. Alright, let's see how well this lover's spat is going between these two. I'm aware of the client's specifications. As soon as I verify that your sword is to her satisfaction, I shall contact the intended recipient. You've outdone yourself yet again. The task is almost complete. I am in a most peculiar request. The client wishes to be on hand, yet out of sight, for the purveyance of her gift. I shall attend to the arrangements. You need only be ready. Since when have you taken a fancy to a male gladiator, Fehazar? What's all this really about? I assure you, you will not be displeased. Quite the opposite, I should hope. Pleased, then? Precisely. We come bearing a gift. A gift? For me? Ha! Give it to someone who deserves it. I'm in no mood to be fawned over. Due to your mounting defeats, no doubt. I know my record, merchant. But that is the very reason I believe this gift will lift your spirits. Behold the cure of your recent woes. A sword like no other. This blade, I've never seen its equal. Did you forge this, Smith? I would be proud to call it my own. I believe that is precisely what our patron intended. Care to tell me who your patron is and why he sees fit to confer upon me such a treasure? I can only say that she prays for your success. It is her hope that with this sword you will win new glory, and that those words will help you to remember that of old. The way of the sword is such that all who walk it become lost. Her words, eh? Well, I don't see why she had to orchestrate this murmurer's farce. I would have gladly accepted the sword from her in person. Oh? Aye, I thought the calamity had claimed her life. Heh, I should have known better than to think the Hellfire Phoenix would die so easily. And now it's my turn to take wing. On my honor, I shall one day stand atop the Colosseum and do this sword justice. With the clients. Well-travelled Mikote. Grinfar's no fool. I suspect he knew I was present the moment his words left Razar's lips. Hmm? Why not give him the sword in person? It is complicated. Simply put, I will not involve myself directly in Colosseum affairs. Long ago, I swore never again to take up sword or spear for sport. I have entrusted the Forge Master with your honorum. Please accept it with my heartfelt thanks. Alright, he dies in his next fight. Yeah. Well, look who's back from bringing in another fortune. I don't know how you do it, Ilya, but I'm glad you're doing it for us. You came a long way when you did and helped us turn things around with your quality smithing. I reckon it'd be another workless drunk drown me sorrows at the wench. Instead, I'm happily employed drunk celebrating me successes at the wench. You know, any lout with a tool can put passion into her work, but to have it come out the other side and affect folks is true artistry. And make no mistake, lass, the impact of what you've done for the guild will be felt for years to come. You're one of the best goddamn smithies I've ever had pleasure in knowing, Ilya. There ain't nothing more to say than that. I'm gonna take these because that's fine. That's kind of half what I wanted. Let me see, no. Not that. Let me just double check. If I was to change to you and speak with you, I can small talk you, okay. Good to see you, Ilya. Have you come to drink with old Rithal? Okay, so I think because I've progressed to the point where my name has been cleared, he's got nothing to say about that anymore. That's fine. Cool. Alright, yeah, so we will be heydaying shortly-ish. But first, I've got some stuff I need to take care of. Is it? No, it's not. It is in the next area. It is in Old Grindania. Oh, alright, well, it's not even here. Alright, yeah, we're doing the show, right? What's that you say? You wish to submit one of your works for the exhibition? Then pray hand it over without delay. The judging is about to commence. Consider yourself fortunate. Had you come a bell later, the contest would have already been over. I must say, I am relieved. There are fewer entrants in this year's exhibition compared to past ones, and when I heard that the Leatherworkers Guild would not be participating, then you'll be happy to hear that our plans have changed. Guildmaster Kiva, do tell me that you have decided to compete after all? Our guild will be represented, yes, but by Ilya here. What an unexpected turn of events. But I must hurry, the exhibition is about to begin. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have all been waiting for. The judging for best leather apparel will now commence. It would seem that an unexpected number of last-minute withdrawals have left us with precious few candidates worthy of top honours. Nevertheless, we will proceed as planned. As the leader of the Carpenters Guild, isn't it? Our next finalist is this lovely raptor skin jerkin, painstakingly crafted by an artisan of Agrabotha apparel and accoutrements. Judges, if you would. The cut is rugged yet serviceable. It would seem that numerous skins were layered to afford maximum protection. Function over form. A lancer cannot help but applaud such craftsmanship. The tanning work is clumsy, but the sturdiness of the piece cannot be denied. In times of war... Oh, he's the leader of the Lancers Guild as well. I didn't even realise that. In times of war, speed and practicality are virtues. I would say that it is worthy of consideration. As wasteful as ever, I see. How many raptors did you butcher to create that misshapen mess? Ah, Giva, fancy meeting you here. Stand back as watch as that misshapen mess is named best in show. Our next and final piece is a last bit of entry from the Leatherworkers Guild. You look pale, Dued. What's the matter? I take it you weren't inspecting actual competition. Why, this is positively stunning. One can almost feel the raptor's very life force exuding from this jerkin. Not a single seam out of place. Not a single cut of hide wasted. I'm not sure about you. You're not the leader of the conjurers. You're the leader of the botanists. This piece was clearly crafted with a profound respect for the beast whose life was taken to create it. And I think you're the leader of the Archers Guild, who we will be seeing soon enough, do not worry. It offers superior protection to the Angra Botha piece. While at the same time allowing for greater freedom of movement, this jerkin would be a proud addition to any archer's armory chests. And you're the proprietor of the thing, the inn. In my line of work, I have seen many adventurers come and go. Rare is one who possesses the aptitude and diligence demonstrated by the creator of this piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that we have a consensus. By unanimous vote, the award for best leather piece goes to Ilya of the Leatherworkers Guild for her exquisite raptor skin jerkin. Durad of Ambergoth Apparel, I presume. We are investigating numerous accusations of harassment, extortion, counterfeiting, and poaching. If you'd be so kind as to come with us so that we might discuss these allegations in private. Well, Ilya, it seems our work here is done. Let us return to the guild. I must confess, Ilya, until I saw your jerkin with my own eyes, I was not entirely convinced you had it in you. But you did. From this day forth, I am proud to call you not apprentice, but peer. As for me, I can finally return to my work free of headaches and distractions. Though, as luck would have it, we have a veritable legion of erstwhile Angraborthra defectors knocking at our door, looking to rejoin our ranks. They think their false tears and trite words of remorse will earn them my pity? Ha! I'll send them straight on their way and lop a square off their kind quarters for good measure. Or so I once might have done, but who among us has not erred? Even I have been known to make mistakes, albeit rarely. And I was given those, and so I will give those turncoats a second chance. But mark my words, any who so much as thinks of crossing me again can look forward to a new life as a sublugar. The life of a guild master is fraught with frustrations, yet I would gladly deal with 1,000 hapless apprentices for even the slimmest hopes of seeing one flourish as you have. With your triumph at the exhibition, your goods are sure to be in demand across Eorzea. But you must never forget how you achieved your success. Unflagging dedication to your craft and a deep respect for the lives you must take to perform it. Remember always the value of Fen-Yil, and I'll have no doubt that you'll do us proud wherever you go. And that's that. It's fine. We can pick those up. I'm gonna go. I'll make the items that I need for all of these quests and everything. We'll go through them. Go through them one at a time or something. He's still not here. Carpenters. I walked right past the 8th point. The 8th on that. It's quite literally here. Oh no, okay, it's the oak longbow. U-bow. This one. Alright, it's in here. Have you the longbow, Ilya? Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Some carpenters claim the oak is ill-suited for use in longbows, and that other woods are more preferable. But I would say you've chosen your materials well. This particular specimen is both hard and elastic, and I see no reason to believe it will take a permanent bend. Of course, we have you to thank for that. The finest materials are nothing without a skilled craftsman to mold them. Indeed, this longbow is a testament to your ever-growing skills. Garhard will approve. You may take it to him in the Adder's Nest. Oh, right, yeah, this is his, like, war buddy or whatever, right? They're old acquaintances. I believe they served in Cartony. Hello!
Hello, hello.
Hello!
Oh, I'm sorry for running late.
No worries. Ah, Ilya. You have the longbow I requested. Here you go. My word.
I see you were doing the Final Fantasies.
Yes. My word, I see my faith in you was not misplaced. I have a young archer under my command who will be thrilled to receive this. It is of critical importance that my squad keeps its weapons and armor in good shape. Our reconnaissance missions often require we spend weeks in isolation without any form of support. In fact, we leave for our next mission on the morrow. Unfortunately, this means I must once again postpone my visits to the guild. If Beating complains, just give him a piece of quality lumber on my behalf. That should provide ample distraction. He's always been more passionate about his work than anything else. But I imagine you learned that long ago. Until we meet again, Ilya. Yes, I had jobs to unlock. I only unlocked one job.
What have you been doing?
I was doing the entirety of the Rogues questline.
Ah.
It took me 3 hours back to back.
Why did it take that long?
Because that's how long the questline is.
I see. It's really cool, though.
It was cool. Do not get me wrong, it was cool. It was cool as hell.
Especially the end of it.
Oh yeah, the whole thing. I failed that last duty.
Did you not find the last bomb?
I didn't realize I had to disarm bomb until there was 90 seconds left to go.
They're yelling at you. Don't worry about the fighting. Worry about the bombs.
I didn't see the words. I didn't see the bubbles until it was too late. And then I found 2 of the bombs. The problem was I should have gone the other way first. And I'm like, it's up top, isn't it? I'm like, oh shit, it is. I'm like, this better be underneath here. Like, it was not. It was not.
I managed to do it on my first go, but I won't say that I did it cleanly. The last bomb I couldn't find, and I was panicking, and I managed to find it, and I was just like, please give me enough time. I finished it with like 2 seconds left. But I did do it.
Yeah. No, so in one timeline, the entirety of Maelstrom Command went up in smoke. Garahard was satisfied then? Good, good. Another mission. I understand. We are both professionals with responsibilities that cannot be ignored. Even so, it always gives me cause for worry. I do not question his abilities as a commander or as an archer, but irrational as it may be, forgive me. I am cursed with an overactive imagination. It is nothing, never mind. We shall speak again when next I have a commission for you. Just so you're aware, I'm going to keep going.
You're gonna keep going?
I will be joining you though, so don't worry.
Oh, you're finishing up your stuff. I'm still getting set up.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Ilya, you minx. If I didn't know any better, I'd say Garahard was smitten with you. He's given you another commission, and this time, for an oak composite bow. In case you were unaware, such a bow can only be wielded by a master archer, with years upon years of experience in the field. Don't you see? You are to craft a bow for Garahard himself. You are to give this commission your undivided attention, Ilya. While simply crafting an oak composite bow is no small feat, I will not permit you to present anything less than perfection. Have I made myself clear? Good. Now go. Well, guess what beats him? I already have it. Only perfection will suffice, Ilya. If you have it, then show it to me. Even experienced carpenters can find constructing a composite bow to be a daunting task, given the complexity of the design and the variety of materials required. But the resulting product is well worth the price. The union of wood, bone, and sinew possesses a power of a self bow more than twice its size. This makes it ideal for archers who must travel with minimal surprise and cannot afford to carry heavier equipment. No matter how much I search, I cannot find flaw with your craftsmanship. Your materials, your execution. It is all, for want of a better word, perfect. It comforts me to know that Garahard will wield this formidable weapon. Deliver it to him with my blessings. Greetings, Ilya. I believe you have a delivery for me. Now, this is a fine bow, worthy of the bow lord himself. The girl will be pleased. What's that? Beaton thought it was for me? Oh no, this is for another one of my archers. I have a perfectly serviceable bow, which has served me for many years. Beating ought to know. He made it. Ah, those were the days. He, the young initiate, I, the aspiring serpent. He was always so damn cocksure, you know? Back then, he was so full of doubts and questions. The maple longbow he made me might not look much to you, but to me it is a perfect weapon. I intend to use it until the day I die. Not that I intend to die anytime soon, of course. Now then, I believe I have a delivery of my own to make, if you'll excuse me, Ilya. Narrator, he died very next mission. Oh, would you look at that? Someone else who needs their balls crushed.
A lot of ball crushing today.
There's the second one. Crush that man's balls. Cheap
Kill that
viewers.
man.
I've already said I don't need cheap viewers. I have the most exquisite, expensive viewers right here.
Do not send me cheap viewers, send me pictures of Spider-Man.
Yes. Feet pictures of Spider-Man.
Feet pictures of Spider-Man. Whoa. Whoa. There's some silly comic out there where Peter Parker is turning in pictures of Spider-Man to Jonah Jameson. And all of the photos are him in provocative poses. And he's like, how are you taking these? Where did you get these? Oh, I have my ways. And he's like, we're a news publication. I can't do anything with these. He's just like, I know. Don't worry about it. Wink. He's like, I need more.
Welcome back, Ilya. Was Garenhard well? What? He still uses that longbow I made as an initiate? I didn't think he'd keep it. But a twin adder captain deserves a far finer weapon. I should offer to craft him a new one. Until the day I die. What nonsense. Surely that longbow is no more than a mangled stick at this point. If it were to break during battle, he would only have himself to blame. Ugh. But I cannot stand idly by while he... No, I will give this no more thought. He is an experienced soldier. He would never be so reckless. Oh, well, this is foreshadowing so much. Oh, I did not realize you were still here earlier. You may go. I have nothing else for you today. There is so much foreshadowing here. Timber Master Beaton appears to be carrying a heavy burden. Not now, Ilya. I have too much on my mind. I do not intend for things to become so heated. Yet Gerhard refused to listen to reason, and I... Never mind. Leave me to my work. If you still desire company, perhaps young Nikolaix will serve. Uh-oh. I remember you. Ilya, right? Let me guess. Beaton told you to go away again. He's been like that since Garahar left. Had some commission for the guild, but Beaton wouldn't accept it because of an old bow or something. There was shouting and Beaton threw him out. Well, both acting like younglings. I don't know if it'll...
Younglings?
Younglings, yes. I don't know if it'll help, but maybe you should talk with Garenhard about what happened. I think he went back to the Adder's Nest. Leave old Beaton to me. I'll talk some sense into him. Ilya, what brings you here? So you heard what happened at the guild. It's unfortunate that the children bore witness to our disputes. And it is even more unfortunate that I must ask you to become involved. My request was intended for the Timbermaster himself, but since he has refused me, I have no choice. I need a kobold Albert, a jade crook, the yew longbow. Your best quality as fast as possible. Your equipment is required for a mission of grave import, which is why I first approached the Timbermaster. But you are also a proven artisan, Ilya. So I think I can safely entrust it to you. Nevertheless, I must ask you to present the finished items to Beaton for inspection. If he judges them acceptable, I will gladly accept. Hey, Gray. You went live at 8:30 in the morning! Dude, I am aware I went live early. And I only done one quest line. It was a long quest line. It was real. It was real annoying. Don't worry, I won't be live in the early mornings for much longer. Probably. Did you get the thumbnails? I did, and they are awesome. I was meant to message you. They are absolutely on point. Absolutely loved the Fire Emblem one. It was fantastic. None whatsoever, Gray. Absolutely none. Let me just have a very quick check. It was in here, right? Duck one was fantastic as well. Loved all the ducks. Love the I loved the card shop simulator and the little the little Easter eggs that were inside of it. Fantastic. Goblin cleanup was pretty funny. You trying to entice the mimic. Absolutely loved all of them. They were all fantastic. Speed Freaks was pretty funny as well. Toothpaste crybabies, indeed. I honestly forgot about about them being compared to Colgate. I did see the hidden iron mouse. I thought that was a very nice touch. The not so hidden iron mouse. I did see that. It was one of the first things that I saw. I am incredibly pleased with them, Gray. Thank you very much. Oh, I wasn't even finished with this. Did I miss something? I have. I didn't finish making all the items for the guild. Never mind. Speed Racers didn't give me much to go on, image-wise. So I chose the best background I could and went from there. That's fair. I mean, we might be able to find something to adjust with it. Give me a little bit. I'll look into some things for it, and I'll let you know, yeah? I mean, it is good as it is now, but I'll see if I can find anything about the orcs and their speedsters. Infernax had me fucking around with my brushes to find a good square one. Oh, okay. I feel it necessary to apologize for my earlier behavior, Ilya. It was unbecoming of a Timbermaster. So you agreed to fill Greerhard's order. Very well, let me see what you have wrought. You chose your bow staves wisely. I see no imperfections in the yew which would interfere with performance. The rosewood reinforcements are solid, and the sinew bowstring is of excellent quality. I have no objections to this bow. And I believe this is the first time I have judged a halberd of your creation. Fascinating weapons, halberds. Did you know that they were Hellsguard's invention? The Marauders first used them to repel mounted units. A skilled wielder could easily pull a rider from his saddle. As for this particular halberd, I have no criticisms. In fact, given the quality of the axe blade, I can't help but wonder if you've been studying blacksmithing. Though, even if you were pursuing other disciplines, this quirk proves that you have not neglected your carpentry. The luscious reddish browns of mahogany are the enticing greens of the jadettes. It is a true expression of Grindardian philosophy, a triumph of craftsmanship made only with the necessary materials. Bravo, Ilya! I was wrong to deny Girahad, but thanks to you, his squad will not suffer for my stubbornness. I only pray that he reconsiders my offer. Ah, yes, you may proceed with the delivery. Had to match the pixels and get rid of a boat in the background image. Ah, it took a while. Hey, no, that is fair. Thank you very much for the hard work on that. I honestly do appreciate it. Being had no objections, excellent. Then, if you would hand me the weapons. When we first met, the quality of your work was already impressive. I must say, though, that looking at your most recent products, it is clear to me that you have grown tremendously, both professionally and personally. Well, maybe it is more obvious when contrasted with beatings. No, that is hypocritical of me to say. I am as much to blame for our squabble as he. I swear, when we fought, it was as though nothing had ever changed. In any case, I thank you for your hard work. The next mission may be our most dangerous yet, and it gives me great comfort to know my squad is equipped with the finest weapons. It may be some time before I see you and Beating again. Please give him my regards. Feels so good right now. Hey, let's go. Feeling good is what we like to hear, Gray.
Alrighty, I return with a big ass cup of water.
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 Water, water, water.
Alright, I'm gonna get.
Not to be confused. Yeah, no, that's fair. Getting your own thing started. But
Yep.
water. Not to be confused with the tag that's going around on Twitter these days.
What's the tag going around on Twitter these days?
Have you not heard? There are. Well, I mean, you probably wouldn't have because this only runs in certain circles. But people in doing certain professions and use Twitter to propagate their profession have taken to using two keywords to put into their tweets along with the content that they create. And it is Water and Chodai. Or Chardi or something, I think. Don't go searching for those unless you are mature enough. Let's put it that way.
I think I'm fine. Alright, gonna hit.
I think you broke Mox. I don't think I did.
No, it didn't break Mox.
It will take a lot to break Mox.
It does take a fair bit. I mean, heck, we were doing, I was doing horror games yesterday, and Ronzi jumped way more than I did.
Oh, God. Yeah, I did.
I think I jumped like twice.
I'm highly...
Both times were from monsters.
I can be very highly strong when I need... When push comes to shove.
But when I need to be.
When I need to be, yeah.
Wow, look at that. It's a sale for a mask. I don't give a damn.
Was he pleased, Ilya? Oh. Once again, he fails to deliver his farewells in person. That game was weird. That game was weird. I am, apparently. Yet a soldier must serve, and a carpenter must craft. These are the lives we have chosen. I tried to reason with him. I offered to replace his longbow, but he refused to face reality. That bow will not last another moon. If even that. But my fervent protestations fell on deaf ears. I allowed my temper to overwhelm me. I said many things I now regret. When he returns to Grindania, we have much to discuss. Pray that day comes soon. Oh, yeah. This is foreshadowing. Saving Captain Grahard. Okay. That's okay. I was half expecting them to pull a George R. Martin. But we might be okay if it's saving Captain Gerhard.
Gerhard?
Gerhard. Gerhard. Oh, Ilya, it's horrible. It's so horrible. An officer from the Adders came to speak with me. In the North Shroud, near Elixir territory, they found Gerhard's longbow. I saw the fragments myself. It was the self-same maple longbow I made all those years ago, which means Gerhard is... I wish to be alone right now. Go. Be with your loved ones, or play with the younglings in the Acorn Orchard. Final Throne of Fantasy IV? Yes. 14. 4.
Final Throne?
Yeah,
Like,
Game of
Keronzi's
Thrones.
throne?
No, well, maybe my throne.
The Ronzi throne?
Who's to say? Who's to say?
It is the holidays, and if you're feeling quite spirited or generous, Ronzi has a throne in which you can gift him things. And I know he would be very appreciative of it if you were to visit his throne and perhaps send something nice his way. You don't even have to say that it was you. You could do it anonymously.
That is true. Hey, Ilya, it's good you weren't here earlier when Beaton heard the news. He went on a rampage in the workshop, howling like an animal and breaking anything within reach with his bare hands. I don't think we can help him this time, but if you want to try, you could give him something really, really good wood. Like, say, the best length of rosewood lumber you can make. Maybe that would work. Do I even have any of this on stock? I have some, but only at normal quality. Not the holidays over here, though. Well, I mean, it's coming to the holiday season. I mean, correct, it's not that holiday. Alright, I'm not going to complete this quest. It can save for another time.
So you say.
Well, we have some crimes to do.
It's true. And I'm currently in the process of trying to solo stealth. Oh god, they turned this one room into a bathroom.
Have you seen the recent announcements that they've made for Payday?
That we're gonna be getting Big Bank, which I think is fine.
Yep.
And also that studio might be dying.
That you might be dying?
No, the studio.
The studio's not dying.
Yeah, it is. What the hell are you on about?
What are you on about? You talking about their the quarterly releases?
Are you? How have you not been like? Okay, so Starbreeze is in a lot of like danger. Do you not know about their gambit?
Well, they're working on they've lowered the amount of staff that they're putting into Payday 3. And they've got they got another project they're working on, a D&D game.
So they back when Bo Anderson was the CEO, okay? He made some really bad deals, like some really, really, really bad deals. One of those deals was that a somewhat publisher parent company, working alongside with them, okay, would get something like 30 or 40% of all of their profits from their games, okay? And that has been, it's very bad. Yeah, that has been a thing that they have had against them Uh, since I believe the end of Payday 2, back when they were doing some of their other games that all flopped and failed.
Mm.
Okay, from the World War One and Walking Dead and all that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And so when when Payday 3 came out, they tried to get out of that little deal with them by basically buying out that part of the contract, right?
Mhm.
For a stupid amount of money that I don't remember what the figure is off the top of my head, right? And they figured that Payday 3 would be able to do that because, it's Payday. It's Payday.
Yep.
It's what people want, right? Payday 3 sales have been so abysmal that they have not even begun to actually make a profit off of the game.
No.
And they absolutely cannot afford that end of things with that company. And if they cannot fulfill that, there is a good chance that that entire company is going to liquidate Starbreeze and just merge it into themselves, killing the studio.
Mm. Fair enough. That I wasn't aware of. Hopefully that's not the case, but we'll see.
We will see.
I know
Oh yeah,
that we've got Jacket coming back,
yeah.
so all right, I'll be back in a moment. Now, all right, YouTube. Thank you very much for watching. If you made it to the end of this video, just know you are fantastic for doing so. I really do appreciate you sticking around for as long as you have. Didn't get as much done as I was hoping, but we did get some other stuff done. I will set up things for the next parts of the storylines for the guilds. I just got the carpenters one to finish. I think that's the last one I need to finish. And then I'll prep all of the items for the Heaven's Ward stuff as well. But that shouldn't. Once we've got all that done, I can blast through all of those. We've still got 2 more classes to unlock, or 2 more jobs to unlock. So that's fine. So yeah. Thank you very much for watching. If you haven't already, please do consider hitting that subscribe button, maybe leaving a like and a comment. I'm in those comments down below. So I will respond to you in kind. And it helps us get noticed by the algorithm and all of that fun stuff and helps the channel grow. If you're going to leave a comment though, and you're going to talk about any of the plot points I have not yet encountered, please do just mark your comments with spoiler at the beginning so I can use my discretion to read through it. As it is a blind playthrough, and I would like to try and keep it that way as much as possible. There's links to my Lore of Merchant, to my throne lists down below if you want to help me out in those ways. There's a link to the Quell and Shardfall system and game. If you want to blend your gaming and fitness together, you can use that link to get $40 or equivalent of your purchase. But right now there is a Thanksgiving sale. They have, or Black Friday sale, I should say. They are got 50% off of the units, which will be which I don't know whether it does, but it might be that it does include my link. Either way, you either get 50% off or $40 or equivalent off of your purchase. You get both together, that's even better. That's even more of a saving. But my link will give me a small kickback if you use it. And I would appreciate it greatly if you could. There'll be a link down below for Mr. Mox's channel because he is a fantastic content creator. Does variety content just like I, even though I play a lot of Final Fantasy these days. But until next time, YouTube, may you stay safe in this broken masquerade.